Is that where they got changed to?
Yeah,
Yep.
I just put them there instead. I was like, hey, why the hell not? You guys have
And you
access to it.
changed what it looks like.
What do you mean I change what it looks like? Oh god, everything does not want to do it.
Christ, that's terrible.
Yeah. I'm just gonna...
Oh god. Mute the stream.
mute the stream.
Make it a better place.
Well, well, to any viewers out there, you are seeing absolute carnage.
Yeah, I'd say just give us all our like character sheet things like Corner and Henry have.
Oh, I know how fucking long that's gonna take. I don't have one. I'll be stuck. I've just updated this. It took me like 20 minutes. No, I can't do it. You know what? I'm just gonna eat my
I actually
fucking
see
potatoes.
Yoshi's camera on stream, but it's not on Roll20.
Yeah, I mean,
That's not
hey,
even a stream. That's
oh,
just a frozen image.
you know what?
Yeah, it is frozen.
Yeah, it is
That's
frozen.
perfect.
But-
That's perfect for Yoshi.
Yeah, but you know what's?
Suck my-
Yeah, it's perfect for Yoshi. It's also perfect for my photoshopping skills.
And yours just keeps coming in and out. Like
Yeah,
yours is
mine's just
now.
real buggy. Here's me, you know,
Yeah,
happy
like,
to have my
timing
new
is-
camera.
Like, the timing right there is just perfect.
Yeah, I blame the new camera that I bought. I'm gonna blame this.
And he's gone again.
And there I go. Let's do a little. No. Yeah, so anyone ends up watching this stream, welcome to absolute fucking chaos. Roll20's a piece of shit and needs to fix it.
Hey,
Jesus.
I see Rook.
You know, Roll20,
I see no one.
95% of your problems could be fixed
With dark mode.
in dark mode. Just saying.
True.
True that, true that. So, gents, I'm just making a little a new emoticon. Why not? Whilst I'm at it. Whilst Roll20 fixes its problems.
Found a vampire. Freaking 6-year-old kid.
6-year-old vampire? That's fucked up.
Yeah, look. There's an advertisement on a billboard somewhere.
I like it.
Yeah, that is a stair.
Crop, paste, remove, and just.
Looks like a fucking like one of those baby dolls that you buy for your kids. They come like with the bottle to feed them and whatnot.
My sister, when she was younger, got one of those like dolls that looked like a real person, like a real child. And I was like, oh, this is absolute hell. Get rid of it. Burn it
Bet you
with
love the
fire.
Chuck movies, don't you?
Oh, I love the Child's Play
They're
movies.
So good.
Even the like the newer ones, which aren't the best, they're okay.
I don't
No.
know if I want the newest ones.
Yeah, the new ones are okay. But, no. Right. Roll20 has just officially just died. Thank you, our wonderful moderator, Yoshi, fixing shit for us. Just disclaimer, Roll20 shitting. So, you know, I could offer them some backup power from the phylactery, but yeah, I'm just gonna eat this really cold.
Fuck no, they have their own power.
Yeah. Call my
Yeah,
fucking
man.
wallet, apparently.
They still have got that idiot in there that casts daylight in the Underdark.
We don't speak of him. We do not speak of the devil.
Or has he been fully consumed by now?
I think he gave New indigestion.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know, Oh god, that child is staring right into my undead soul. I just seen that. Oh my god.
She's gonna grow up to be an actress, 100%. That's the kind of stare that you need to make it in Hollywood.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Wonder if I can upload this. Will it look okay? It's not the best emoticon I've ever fucking made in my life, but you know what? It's still a Yoshi emoticon. It's always funny.
You don't leave Yoshi's as like the
Oh, you got the,
Oh, yeah,
the noodles.
yeah. I approve.
See, this is why having a webcam's great. 'Cause you get moments like that. You're like, hell yeah.
No, I want you to make one sometime and put like wind or like lightning lines behind Yoshi like he's running.
Right.
Call it zoomer emote.
Okay.
I want that. I want a zoomer emote all of Yoshi's posts.
Okay. Do you want me to like deep fry his emoticon just so he's like a peak meme?
Stop deep frying things. No, you don't need to deep fry emotes.
Right. Never mind. We'll just need to get into this. Right. I've got my notes. And the book. This is just. It's been a hell of a day.
That meme that Yoshi just posted is typical for him. It's such a zoomer thing.
Yeah, man. Here, this is how you communicate with them.
Session 37. Go.
Well, stickers.
So, despite.
34.
Hey. Fuck it.
Just no response.
Just, you know what? Fuck it. So, last session, you guys had made your way across the Ybor River after successfully dispatching of the Novarian forces outside of Blind Warden, taking in some prisoners, some of whom were more than willing to give you information and happily pledge allegiance to your cause. As you traversed across the river on what can only be assumed is a space whale, you find your way to Castle Riverwatch, currently surrounded by a large swath of Novarian siege masters and large centuria. You made your way in through a convincing display of persuasion checks against Lucy's sister Niobe, a very tall, kind of built like Coronar, strong grappler, Pantherin Tabaxi. She let you in with some skepticism and took you to the small makeshift bar inside. From there, you met a very familiar face, a very distinct one that haunts your dreams in certain parts of the day. Gertie from Anir, and her basement freshly installed underneath the floorboards. You got to chatting, found out a little bit more about what was happening in and around Mitris, and rested up for the night to the sounds of trebuchets, catapults, and ballistae firing away near the castle walls. Loud shouting, the clashing of steel, but a quiet night altogether. You have woken up, the snow gently drizzling, soaking up the red in the streets. What do you want to do?
Wait, where did we sleep?
I believe you guys, you do not want to sleep in Gertie's place. You slept in
there.
the barracks. Some of you slept in a campsite near the farmlands just outside of like the main fortified area.
Well,
All
I know
right.
I definitely slept the barracks to annoy Niobe.
Mm-hmm.
I slept in the barracks mainly because of that, going outside the camp, or sleeping at Gertrude's place. And Spitz has self-preservation instincts.
We've got no more rooms, but if you want to go into the basement, you'll never want to leave.
Yeah, barracks it is.
Barracks sound
Want
nice this
to or
time of
be
year.
able to.
That is for you to decide. She says that, but you will never leave that place.
We know.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
You know.
All right. Do the barracks have a decent chef?
Give me a second. I shall look it up because I do have some information for a change, and it's not based on reincarnate rules. Riverwatch, barrack chef, the royal chef, who hasn't got a race. So, Alex, could you roll me a D100? Make it the first roll of the campaign for yourself, and get to
Sure.
decide the fate of a camp.
Yes.
Let me see. An 84.
Pretty high.
Kenku.
The royal chef is it Kenku?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Another one.
Another Kenku.
I just gotta ask, did we accidentally transmigrate to Humblewood?
You know, I would
A lot of bird people.
I would kill to run a game in Humblewood. I would
Well,
love
here's
to
the
do it.
thing. All those Kenkus that we've come across, they've been displayed by the advance of the Novarian army, right? So they just happen
Ooh.
to be here before us.
Can we keep this one?
The Kenku is a heron. Very short, great heron. Very small wingspan in comparison to its simple creature family. Wearing this very finely tailored attires and the long cylindrical hat. Looks kind of middle-aged for a Kenku. Sort of stares at you all. What do you want for the menu?
Great. What can you make?
Anything your desires.
Oh, all right then. A medium rare steak, nice dark ale, some potatoes, maybe something green on the side.
As your wish. Commands. I don't know why this Kenku sounds like it chain smokes 90 a day. But you know what? I'm okay with that.
It sounds like that because that's what the chef that taught him sounded like.
Yeah, probably. And it's an old enough Kenku to actually just string words together to make sentences.
Probably smokes heroin.
Okay. Anyone else ordering from the chef?
You said you can make anything our hearts desire, right?
Food-wise, yes.
You make those Novarians disappear? If not, I'll have what he has. Pointing at the head.
I mean, if you kill them and bring them to me, I'll cook you a very fine steak.
I'll have what he has.
Okay.
For one, we could go for you got a roast turkey?
I can kill one out back. It was my cousin, but I don't like him very much.
Alright then, I like a nice cut of your cousin.
Right.
With some gravy.
Kind of
Mashed
gravy.
Turkey gravy.
Okay.
mashed potatoes,
Right.
and some trimmings, greens.
Okay, so some trimmings and some gravy. I can do. Hey, sit at the table. And just waddles away. And you're told to sit at this long barrack table. There's a couple of very tired-looking like crossbowmen, some siege masters who are just covered in oil and grit and dirt. And there's a couple of other people just pocketed about. They look like they've walked a long way. A bunch of refugees that are wearing like thick fur coats, and they've got that weird smell of like wet dog on them from just the water soaking into fur and slowly evaporating. And they're all eating these very finely tailored meals from the stocks that this Kenku can provide.
I'll sit down at the table when everybody else is seated, and I'll look over at Coronar. Great. So, boss, what's the plan?
Well, this town is being besieged. Might
Aye.
actually train or recruit some. I don't know. Not really looking forward to lead the charge. Maybe
Hey, but I don't
maybe
think
attack from the side.
I don't know if we'll get much recruiting done while it's being sieged.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen.
Yeah, right, boss. You didn't get a good night's sleep yesterday.
I mean, we've been on the road a bit.
Aye, true.
It's not been easy sleeping. I'm looking forward to sleeping good tonight, but with those siege engines going, might be a rough one again.
Aye. Well, what do the rest of you think?
Well, if what they say is true, they're probably gonna have an attack soon enough. Where we go next, I ain't sure about. But I get the feeling we're gonna be around for the next siege.
Aye, even though it didn't seem like, not point over at Lucy, like your sister wanted any help from us.
Well, she's always been rather stubborn with any sort of outside help. Yes, either way, that we are going to have to face the new variant again, either here or as soon as we step outside.
Do you think that you could convince your sister to let us help? So that way we don't gotta fight them too while we're fighting the Novarians.
I'm sure I could get her to come around.
Try not to get too beat up doing it.
Not any more than she usually does.
Alright, well, you got any plans for us until we find out if we're helping or not? We
I
got
mean,
any
if these
repairs
walls
we can
fall,
make?
we will be helping regardless. So,
Aye. You gonna get the troops in order then?
I mean, these wall falls will be with our troops, and we'll find out a way to deal the most damage while not receiving much. We'll just have to
Alright.
be on the lookout.
Where are all of our troops anyway?
They are in Dirty's bar, enjoying a few drinks and getting to know each other, despite the language barrier.
And do I see Naomi anywhere in the mess hall?
Make a perception check.
21.
Pretty good.
Yeah, she's not hard to spot. She is currently speaking with a few of the what appear to be refugees, trying her best to console and find out where they're from, things like that.
Okay. Yeah, we'll let her do that, and once it seems like she's gonna get up to walk away, I'll like intercept her.
Okay. So you intercept Niobe about maybe 10 or so minutes later. And yeah, she's a lot more intimidating in stature now that you're a lot shorter than she is. Like, at first when you were at Tabaxi, you were like, she's not that scary. Now you're like, what? How tall? 3 feet? Something like that?
Yeah, 3 something.
Yeah. She is just
310.
double the size and double the scary.
I'd argue that familiarity would kill some of the fear.
Kick the baby. Okay, just
No, very
fucking kick his ass.
They'll like stop right in front of her and look up to her.
She doesn't spot you initially, and almost just kicks you. But soon, almost like perception and smell hits her. What is it that you are wanting, Lucy?
Is curious about your plans with the siege that's currently happening.
They will starve before we do.
So just hold them off until they decide to give up?
It is either they give up, or they break through the gates. Either way, they die. Or they go away.
So you're rather confident in your, well, fellow guardsmen.
Of course, they are well trained, and they have some pretty strong combat capabilities. Some are educated in the art of war. You know, it's good to know that I have a good team behind me. After all, I was not exactly trained in the art of war, but I know how to strangle a man unconscious in about 6 seconds, so it's all good. What more do you need?
Have you fought Nivarians before? Or
Nope.
let alone an onslaught of this size?
A small troop of them, couple of scouts, maybe a whatever the hell the long word is for tent people, conservation or something like that.
Constabularies.
I am the police. You mean they just writes it down and it just says Contubernia. Dead.
Oh, those. Yeah, I can never remember that either.
It's very how do you call it? Pompous.
Overly complicated. Complicated.
Complicated. Just
Because my compatriots and I were wondering about Might be. Well, talking about joining to fend off the Nivarians. Because either they're going to break down the wall or. Yes, or come in here.
Alright. Something's stuck in my keyboard. Your army is how strong? Like a couple of, maybe tens of people?
How many people do we have now?
Yes.
Some strong conscripts, all right?
Yeah.
Don't you shy away from those strong conscripts.
I mean, you captured most of the Contubernia that you fought. I think you caught some of the levies.
No, the levies all ran away or died.
Okay, so you got a lot of Contubernia, and the Contubernia is 8. So you got 8 more people, but you lost, I think, a handful of levies. You're like, I can't
To be
remember.
honest, the only guy I really remember from after that fight was the guy that got tortured to death.
Oh, he's still alive.
Is he?
Yeah,
Hell
yeah. Vankin's got a hold of him.
Fantastic. Don't let him die. That's perfect.
No, yeah, he's gonna keep him alive. There's a reason people call him the Butcher.
That's how we got to keep our mercenary group, in line. They keep hearing the howls of Vankin's trapped bird.
You fuck up, you're gonna end up in bed with Vankin.
You go to Vankin's tent.
Why did you drop the copper pot full of food for the army? Go to Vankin's tent. I'm not that scared. Go to Gertie's basement. I will never drop it again. I'm so sorry. Go to
Exceptional behavior, however. A night with Boris is on the menu.
Everyone just starts acting real good. Morale goes up. Like, oh, buddies.
Dude, I love him.
You met him once.
Lovehammer always gets his man or woman or
whatever.
Whatever Lucy is.
Whatever
Boris
moves.
gets it.
Anything with your pulse, I will take care of.
As long as it's not decaying, he'll go for it.
Yeah. Probably. This meat on the plate is moving. Must add some salt of my own. Cursed. I hate my own brain. Right. You kind of know you've got maybe like 20 people? Give or take. Nah, it's not 20. There's no way it's 20. Well, you had 10 people. Yeah, you lost, I think it was 3 levies? So you've got 15 people now?
Typically speaking, if we've had the time to, this time between fights, we do have time to reinforce our levies.
I mean, we did take on those leftover Novarians.
Yeah.
So we took on 8, we lost 3, so yeah, we'd be at 15.
Yeah.
Plus auxiliaries.
And even then, they're not. Even then, we might be able to round up a few of them because just because we lost them doesn't mean they're actually dead. They could have just ran, as you do.
Yeah, we never checked if they were dead.
Yeah, and none of our
injured
units were actually destroyed. That's the thing. All enough in the in the warfare rules doesn't actually matter unless they're destroyed. Like reduced to 0 units. That's when it matters. If they're not reduced to 0 units, then they come back.
Alright, so we'd be at 18 then.
Hell yeah. It's almost 20.
Ah, yes.
4 regs, 8 former regulars, and then 6 actual recruits. I say former regulars because they used to be Novarian regulars.
Yeah.
Even
I
then,
haven't.
they're kind of trash to your regulars at that.
Mm-hmm.
True. That's why we're counting them as recruits right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't taken an official count, but from my recollection, we have approximately between 15 and 20 men. Some of them we recruited from the Navarian force that tried to take over where we came from. Blind War, yes.
Very
So we
well.
know a couple of their tactics. We also have one of their captains, the legionnaire or something if you like, who's currently being tortured for information.
How wonderful. But, are you not worried that your new recruits might betray you, try to go back to, say, Novarias, maybe back to part of the Empire, maybe?
Well, that's why we have them currently lower tier in our group, and we're keeping a very close eye on them. And they've definitely been hearing a lot of, well, they know what will happen to them if they try to turn. Hence, our hostage.
It sounds like a big threat to me.
We're
However,
just trying to provide some more firepower for you to help fend them off.
very well. I would like to see how they hold up. Take them into my private fighting ring. I want to see what each of them are made of.
As in right now,
Right now.
I'll go round them up.
Good. I will see them downstairs. Second door on the left. And you as well, Lucy.
I'm gonna make an insight check on that.
Sure. Oh, she's being dead honest with you.
Yeah, she's wanting me to fight as well.
Oh yeah. And you know from your childhood, she fights dirty. She will kick your ass as fast as she can at any means necessary.
Yeah, Lucy's face just like goes pale.
There's a smirk on hers, like she knows what she's gonna do. She's gonna make up for lost time.
Yeah, immediately turn around, head back to the group.
My money is on the girl.
So is mine.
No bet.
You know I'm placing bets in the stands, baby.
Well, see, Roll20's gone back to the fucking. Oh shit, the camera's back. Ah, damn.
Listen.
Why did it catch me in mid-bite? No.
I only have one request.
And there it goes.
And that's you forget that you are able to refresh Roll20. Alright?
Oh, like for everyone? Yeah.
Yeah. Just don't ever refresh.
I think it's just constantly trying to reconnect until they fix it. But yeah.
Yeah, I just completely turned my cam off because I fuck it.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah, let's walk back to our table. Well, it looks like we're able to help out against the siege that's coming in, and she wants everybody rounded up in the fighting pits downstairs to test everybody. As in our recruits and even us.
Alright then.
Alright,
Let's
Spitz,
all right,
try not
then.
to leave her too badly
Let's see
bruised,
what
alright?
let's see what your sister's made out of then. Spitz cracks his knuckles.
Just don't put her in the hospital, alright?
Oh, she asked for it.
I'm just continuing to eat.
Okay.
So Henry, you want to round up our recruits? I believe they're at Gertie's.
Hey, alright. No, throw back the rest of my ale. Set it down next to the empty plate. I suppose. Alright, where am I bringing them?
Back to the barracks here. Downstairs, second door on the right, I think she said.
I'm not going to
Alright.
correct him.
And are they supposed to be prepared for what kind of fight? Should I tell them to bring their weapons?
She never said anything.
Well, she didn't mention it. It did just have them bring their equipment. They can. Better to have it than not.
Alright. I'll tell them to suit up. I'll head off and start heading back towards Gertie's.
Okay. So you head to Gertie's, and in that time, you see snow continuing to fall. Because we have retroactively gone back in time. You see these flaming balls almost soar past you like comets. You're shouting, almost screaming every corner of the streets that seem to reverberate with the noise of war. But you make your way into Gertie's and met with the ominous yet endearing visage of Gertie, serving several people some drinks.
Alright, Gertie, you didn't take any of our soldiers down to your basement, did you?
Only one, of course.
Was it one of the conscripts at least?
That I'm aware of. Kind of looked pretty beaten up, and the big handsome lion man gave me him for free.
Ah, alright. Yeah, you can have that one.
Oh, much appreciated, but I'd rather make an exchange for you.
I'm sorry, I'm worth more than that.
Oh, tell me how
Don't
much
insult
and
me.
I will pay handsomely.
Hey, I'll have to think about the price. I'll come back to you later on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll call out to inside the bar.
Okay.
Alright, you steel bloods. Get suited up, grab your stuff. We're gonna go to a testing arena and then start fighting some of the Novarians outside. Be prepared.
Okay.
Did we have any soldiers? You said some were camping in the middle of town?
Some of them are on the outskirts, but most of them are here. It's mostly your scouts at the or that are out in the fields.
Okay. Well, the scouts don't need to come to this.
No.
And I'll wait at the door.
Sure.
With my arms crossed, waiting for them to start heading out.
Yeah. A few of them were just like running out, like large turkey leg in hand and ale in the other, just swigging it down as fast as they can, placing it down, throwing their coins to the desk, and just bolting through the door. Some of the Novarians don't understand you. but they kind of see what's happening and sort of realize maybe about half a minute later than everyone else, and they go, "Oh!" And just all stand up, throw on their gear, run out of the door.
I'll nod as all of them make it out.
Yeah.
And I'll head out after them. Are they all lined up outside?
Some of them have just they're sort of scattered outside. They're just sort of in the street waiting for you.
Okay.
Time we
Eh.
got on it then.
Henry's not the formation type, anyways. All right, we're heading back to the barracks. Go down, down one floor, second door on the left. You can start heading there now, and then I'll just start walking back.
Okay. They all head in, pouring into the barracks, almost scattering to find the stairs and head down.
When the recruits walk by, I'll finish off my meal and join downstairs.
Okay. Head downstairs. A couple of the guards that were on their sort of like downtime get up with their plate of food and their drink. Some of the refugees decide to get up. A couple of halflings, a couple of dwarves, a snow genasi gets up. A half giant gets up. And they all head downstairs to go watch the what's about to happen. You are met with a large cast iron door, slightly ajar, and there's a smell like that gym smell, sweat, and I don't know what that smell is, but it's the gym smell. That's the best way I can describe it.
So probably sweat.
Sweat and something else. There's always that weird other scent that you
Sweat
can't
and
quite.
smell of spent testosterone. Right?
Probably that, yeah. But yeah, you all gather in this large square ring, maybe typically maybe in feet, maybe like 15 by 15 feet. So it's what the 5 meters by 5 meters, roughly. And in the center is the chef, wearing now a striped attire, no hat, with a bell. And at one of the corners is Niobe, no armor, just a jerkin and leather wrapped hands and feet.
Hey, you think she's the same kind of fighter you are, Spitz?
Guess we'll find out in a minute. Yeah, let's stride right it.
You going in first?
Yeah.
Okay. Niobe just sort of looks you up and down. Didn't realize I invited the captains. But oh well. If it is what you want to fight.
I'm gonna
So
sit
good.
in the stands.
Yeah, there's like a couple of like small bleachers on the side. Not that many seats, maybe like enough to fit some of the barracks. But there's enough seats for mostly everyone. Some of you're kind of like bunched up shoulder to shoulder, enjoying the view, I guess.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
go up there and sit next to the corner.
Sure. And the chef just sort of looks between the two corners of the ring and cook. Ding! I guess that means fight, and I would like you to roll initiative for me, Spence. We don't just whatever your is. What do you run off of
Yep.
Niobe?
gotta throw your token somewhere on the cast.
Nah, you don't really. I just roll it and I'll do it there. 20. So that's the only thing you'll see me roll on that screen. The initiative.
Nice.
Yeah, I know.
Yep, she is. Alright.
Yeah. You both approach each other in the ring, have that standoff, and you're almost ready just to get her. The tension almost breaks. She leaps towards you super quick, her hands almost like bear claws just ready to sink into you, and she's going to try and grapple you. It's an attack roll from her. And it's versus your a 21 to grapple you, or attack and grapple.
If it's a wait, so she's grappling me as part of the attack, or is that
Yeah.
something I have to roll against?
If the attack hits you, she basically grapples you. It's a contested athletics check to see if you remain grappled at the end of her turn,
Alright.
because she's got a second attack that's based around it. Okay. Roll an athletics check for me, please.
Here we go.
Yeah.
26.
She almost locks her arms around you. You just push her off just in time, and she just comes in with this wild right hook to the face as retaliation, and a 24 to hit you.
Yep, that hits.
That is max damage of 11. She just cracks you. You just hear the thunderous crunch through the entire bleacher. And that is her turn. She's braced. She's ready.
Alright, Spitz will set his jaw right, roll his shoulders, dig deep, and give her a 1-2.
Okay. That hits.
24?
Yeah, that hits. That misses.
Second one's good. But hey, got one hit in there.
Yeah, you just managed to breach their defense.
12 points of damage.
Hell yeah.
Get her like near the kidney. Hit her and she goes, sort of winces slightly. I fucking hate being punched in the kidney. I know that feeling all too well. But it's like, nice shot. I'll aim for yours next time. Is that your turn?
Yep, that's all Spitz has for now. Spitz will hope he got more than that then.
Rawr. And goes in for an attack. That's a 22 to hit you, and it's another contested grapple check because she's going to try and get you into this grapple as quick as she can. You got pretty high to be. She grapples you with a 23 contested. So as you're trying to defend yourself, your arm slips and she slides under your armpit, spins behind you, and locks you in place between her forearm and the back of her other forearm that just sunk into place, almost like a strategic puzzle, and you're trapped in her grapple. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please, as she is going to try and choke you out immediately. And it is a DC 15 check to pass.
Roughly 45%. I'll tap upon my little gem and do this with advantage. Natural 20.
You just sort of like scrunch your face and your neck tenses up, but the force of her pulling in, it hurts your neck, and you take 6 points of bludgeoning just from the tension. Okay. She's got you in a grapple, and it is now your turn.
Alright. Time to give it all I got until there's nothing left. So first things first, I'll make 2 attacks. First, I want to spend one of them for a shove.
Okay.
So that would be a contest athletics check.
Yeah. Let's see. Look at what grappling does. Yeah, grappling's different than incapacitated. Okay. Being restrained.
That's a 22.
Ooh. She meets you on 22. Sorry, I miscalculated that. 23, sorry.
Of course.
Yeah. She's got.
Oh, that's one attack.
Yeah.
In that case, I'll spend Moxie. Well, I get one more normal attack.
Yeah.
So here's a punch. 24 to hit.
You struggle and elbow into her ribs. She winces slightly, but that
For 5 damage.
5 damage. She kind of hurt her, but if you hit her in the ribs, she just keeps tensing her arms closer and closer together. And you feel your shoulders being pulled back as your neck's more exposed, and she pulls tighter. In some places, people pay a lot of money for that kind of hold, but this is the first time I think you've ever been caught like this.
Yeah, Spit's used to strikers, not grapplers.
Yeah.
Alright, that's fine too.
Okay. You spending your point on Moxie?
Yep, and
Okay.
2 more. Yep, gonna send 2 more fists her way.
Okay. Couple more rib smacks. You try to reach around, but she swings her body out, and then you curl back with the left elbow, hit her in the ribs again. She winces a little bit. Is that you?
Yep, that's all I got for now.
Okay. She is going to continue her grapple. So it's another contested check. You break free, you're crack, and as she winces, you manage to break free. And as you turn around to face her, this, like, almost like high, what the fuck do you call it? You know, like the high kick, like people in karate do. I can't remember what it's called. It's not a high kick. It's got another name, and I don't remember it.
Roundhouse kick.
Yeah, basically that, yeah. Like a flying heel kick. She just comes round with that to crack you on the jaw. And a 19 to hit you.
Yep, that hits.
For 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Alright.
That's her turn.
Alright, then let's. Alright. Spitz will trace his jaw. And now that we're back in his arena, let's throw some hands.
Okay.
20 to hit.
Okay. You, as her leg retracts, you go in for the punch to the back of the knee, and you hit her. Boom.
19 to hit.
Oh, why are you rolling at disadvantage then? Because I see a 20 and a 19.
Yeah, it's my turn. I get 2 attacks. Remember, I have extra attack.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The 20 hits her in the leg.
Yeah, does a 19 hit her?
Well, she's going to use her reaction to try and stop that. Because her leg comes down, she uses her knee to try and wedge into place, but... let's see, she only gets a certain amount off of this. No, you still hit her.
Alright.
It comes down, and her knee just sort of glances you, and you slide past and just ram her in the chest with your shoulder. She just...
Initially for 13 points of damage.
13 points. You can see she's got a little bit of blood trickling out of her mouth. She's kind of hurt. She's still standing, though.
I'd be disappointed if she wasn't. Alright. Yeah, this will be fine. Bonus action. Yeah. Another fist. Yeah, that's not working.
Yeah, she sort of become wise to this luring. She just sort of blocks with her arms and sort of cross counter to like shove you aside. Moves you. And that's you?
That's me.
Okay. She's gonna come in with a punch to your arm, and she misses. She just sort of strikes down and twists her body. Comes in with a right uppercut on a 18 to hit.
That connects.
Okay, that connects. And that is a 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Alright, still looking good.
And she action surges and goes boom, boom for 2 more strikes. But if she might actually try and use her. Fuck it, she's going to use her signature move on you. With this.
Oh boy.
Oh dear. Oops.
She rolled a 1.
She rolled a nat 20.
Of course you
Yeah,
did.
but-
Yeah.
Alright.
As she comes in with this uppercut, catches you in the gut, and you wince over. She just spins around behind you, grabs you, both your arms from behind, and wraps her other arm around your neck, and just begins to crush. And you're buckled down to one knee as she tenses constantly, and you can feel the consciousness slipping out from yourself. You have disadvantage to hit her, and she has advantage to hit you for 1 round. As your face is filling with blood with this pressure. Your speed is reduced to 0. You have disadvantage on dex saving throws in this state. But it is your turn now.
Alright, here's what I want to do then. So, I'm grappled again. In that case, I got 2 attacks. I'll spend the first one. Oh, I'm gonna spend the first one to again. No, I'm gonna try and reverse the grapple and trip her.
Okay.
So that'd be, you could use shove also to trip instead of like move them. So I'll go for that.
You're
19.
disadvantaged to do this because it's a shove attack.
Shoves aren't attack rolls; they're skill checks.
All right. She rolled a 24. 17 plus 7.
All right. Yeah, I got 2 of these things. So instead, yeah. So I'll spend another attack. This time instead of trying to trip her, I'll just try and I'll basically try and shove her off me.
Sure.
If I can do that. Not with that roll. Good lord.
Ooh. 11. Okay. She rolled an 11, so it's holding. Not strongly, but she's holding.
Alright.
Okay.
So I got a bonus action.
Mm-hmm. Should probably put on some like combat music actually. Let's do
Tell
that.
you what. Bonus action.
Hmm?
Bonus action, I will shuffle my feet. Do the evasive steps thing from the boots.
Okay.
So at the very least, she no longer has advantage to hit me. Opposite that she's needing much help to hit me.
Okay.
Basically, trying to wiggle in her grip.
Okay, so she'll roll straight. What is your constitution modifier?
+3.
+3, okay. She's knocked you for 1 round. She keeps a hold of you in this move for more than 2. You're down.
Yep, sounds about right.
And she's holding you so far. I need an athletics check, please. She's gonna just keep tensing. Oh! Fuck, she rolled an 18. She's still got you.
Alright.
From the stand, you guys are just seeing Spitz's face turning blue as this tension keeps being pushed on him. He's on like one knee, just almost trying to gasp for breath and fighting like just like a madman trying to break free of Lucy's sister's grip.
Hey, look at that. She's pretty good. You think she might want to join a mercenary group?
I don't think Lucy will want that.
Okay. She's got 1 round to go. Okay.
That'd be funny though.
could be interesting. You think that if Spitz
Alright.
keeps going on like this, he'll get a new nickname? Spitfire Blue Spitz?
Blue fire.
Blue Fire?
Y'all are the worst.
Okay, that is her turn though. She can only use that as her action. So it's your turn.
Alright. Alright, another trip attempt. Here we
Another
go.
trip attempt. Okay.
Oh my god.
Natural 27. To
Of
just,
course.
she's got you in a perfect position. Your kick just skips off to the side. And she just pushes down with the motion that you've created and holds you tighter. Got more of your turns.
Stuff it. Why not? Lean into it. I'll try to reverse the grapple.
Okay. Desperate to break free. Oh, this might do it.
Come on.
You feel the tension in your face and your eyes are almost bulging out, and your last breath, you kind of go, "Ah," and just lean down and you flip her over and she lands on her feet, but you're free and you go, just get back up on your feet and you can feel the blood just pouring back into your body. It's kind of disorientated, but your vision sort of catches her again as she turns around to face you. You really, you rolled a
Yeah.
14. So yeah,
Oh god, that got bad.
yeah. If she caught you in that next turn, you're out.
Yeah. Fucking chokeholds. Alright then. You know what? Play to my strengths.
Okay.
Drop Moxie. 2 more fists coming her way.
All right. Okay.
21 hit.
21 does hit. 10
10
points.
of bludgeoning.
You just, with just like being pissed off, you just crack her in the front of the face. There's a bit of blood coming out of her nose now. For someone that was almost unconscious, you still hit pretty hard.
You know the way you grab, guys. Keep this up, it might make you. Oh, god damn it. I'm too tense to make up a one-liner. God damn it. Alright, I got it. Yeah, express will roll a shows and no stay. If you grab me hard, I have to pay you for the pleasure.
Good singer. Surely, I'd have to pay you.
Her turn.
It is her turn. And she has recovered her signature move on a 6. And is going to attempt to do it again. What's your AC?
15.
She just misses. She just leans
Oh,
and you
thank
just
God.
block. As you're just like, fuck this. And just like tuck and hold. Just fuck. Yeah. But that is her turn.
Alright.
Okay.
Lay down some hands.
Okay.
19.
She's gonna try and block it. It does not work. So she raises her arm, but you just sort of like slip past and catch her in the cheek.
7 points.
Disorientates her.
Other punch.
That hits, yeah, and just go at her face again. 6. She
6 more points.
She's kind of like swaying a little bit, losing her balance, but she's still there. A little disorientated.
Alright. Last point of Moxie, until she knocks me below half hit points anyway. And 2 more punches.
That hits. Okay.
9 points. Final fist. Ah.
Yeah, she just catches the fist. Meh. Throws you off. Yeah. She's pretty hurt. But she is gonna go in for attack. A 24.
Yep, that hits.
Okay. And that is 11 points of bludgeoning damage. And I need a strength save, which is going to attempt to grapple.
I'll use my signature move and cross counter that.
You're going to try and... Okay. Yeah.
Yep, no damage from the blow.
No damage?
And since I reduced that to 0, I get to make a return attack for free.
Okay.
16.
She's going to use a reaction and reduce it. You miss. But I still need that contested athletics because she's going to try and grab you. It's not a hard one to beat.
Oh my God.
But she still beat you on a 12.
I rolled a 2. Wow.
So as she comes in, you cross counter the fist, and you come in with the other arm to swing, and she just sort of like knocks her head to the side, and the fist goes past, and with that momentum, she just grips behind you one more time. She's got one more attack in her. So she is going to attempt to knock you prone with this attack and kick the back of your knees out. So it's a strength saving throw, please. DC 15. Yeah.
I'm good.
You just like tense your butt and just hold and lean back, and you're just almost like a plank, just holding. You've never seen Spitz move like this before, guys. This is a situation he's not used to either. He's never had a woman this powerful against him. Not since Bruiser
Henry will
Jane.
call out from the stands. Hey, you looking a little tense there?
She got anything in her bonus actions? She does. Okay. But I forget that things have been changed slightly. She's gonna use her bonus action to second wind. Yeah, she's still got a hold of you, but it is your turn now.
Alright, first D6. Nope. Alright.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I keep the. Alright. Grappled, but I still got hands.
Mm-hmm.
1 into 2.
That hits.
23 and 25.
That also hits. 7, 4, 12.
12 points of damage.
You undid her second wind. So yeah.
And as a bonus action, shove and break the grapple. Here we go.
Okay.
Oh my god.
She's gonna grip you even tighter this time. You try and break free, and she just tightens as you fucked up a little bit, and you're like, ah, shit. More tension. She's like gripping onto her elbow,
You know what?
pushing in. She's holding.
I'll tap inspiration and try that again.
Okay.
That wasn't terrible. 21.
She rolled a 22. I'm not fucking kidding. I rolled 15 plus 7.
Well, at least it doesn't get worse.
It doesn't get worse. It's fair. As she's like pulling down, you like tense back a little bit. You're holding on. There's so much strain on your neck, your back, your legs, and your ass, surprisingly, as you're holding out from her trying to kick your legs in again. Okay. Is that your turn?
That's all I got.
Okay. I'm sad to say, but she has recovered her signature move. And she's gonna go again.
I called down towards the fight. Quit flirting and get it over with already.
That is a 21.
Yep, that hits.
Okay.
Alright, come on, dice. You've been kind to you when it comes to attack rolls. Be nice for athletics, please.
It's a con save.
Oh, con save.
DC
There we go.
15.
I'm
You're
good.
holding out. Okay. You're holding out. She's not able to choke you out this round, so you've got 3 rounds to go. You're just sort of like tucking in and like holding out. But yeah, that is her turn. She can't do anything else.
Alright. one attack to shove to get out of this situation again.
Yeah. Okay. She still got you.
It's a strong cat, dude.
I rolled a 19 plus 7. I ain't shitting you. I've got the dice in front of me.
Hey, sometimes the dice tell its own story.
Yeah. I think Spitz has met his match. He hasn't done a lot of physical damage, but, you know, pride maybe has been hurt a little bit.
At his first
Yeah,
judo
pretty much.
master.
Yeah.
Alright, there we go. Alright, second attack, try it again.
And try and shove her up again.
Yep.
She's still got a hold of you on an 18.
I swear to God, this happens when I don't have my own personal knockout moves. Alright.
Hey, she can teach you.
One day. Yeah, take that lesson.
Well, this is a hell of a way to introduce the new guy into how the combat works. Just a cat lady and a half-orc just touching each other aggressively. Trying to break free.
Wrestling.
Yep, stuff
That
it.
is
Bonus
how
action.
combat works.
Yeah, bonus action, I'll just punch her.
Okay, you're going for a punch.
Yep.
AC
disadvantage
16.
now. Yep, here we go. With disadvantage. Here we go.
You can do it.
Now. Does she have
The
it?
other side of the die, mate.
Ooh, does she have any retaliation abilities with the... No. Okay. She can't do anything about that. Okay. But it is her turn.
Here we go.
Can I get another con save from you? She's holding on. Okay, you're holding out. And a strength save is she's going to try and kick your feet from under you. DC 15. You're holding out. You're just straining so hard. And she's holding. But that is her turn. She's got nothing
I mean,
else.
she is a
Alright.
lightweight.
She's featherweight, actually.
Alright.
One good roll and she's squished.
There we go. That's respectable.
Okay. You break free.
Is that enough? Yes!
You just sort of like go, fucking go limp and just slot out. With a sweat, you kind of lubed up your skin enough to just slip through her fur and like the leather on her arms and just sort of flock down on like in a crouch and stand back up where her arms were, and you've got an opportunity to get her. She's surprised. Not a lot of people break free but twice.
Alright. Give her a punch.
Okay. She's gonna use her reaction to try and counter the next one though. She's just sort of like so surprised, and you just catch her unawares and just get her in the ribs. She's gonna try and block your next one.
Here we go.
Yeah, she blocks
Oh
your
my
next
God.
one. Yeah. I don't know why she even wasted her reaction on that. She reduced it to a 7. So you just kind of like, you're caught off guard as she's caught off guard, and she's like, what the fuck?
Oh, good news. Cross counter's back.
Good. Oh yeah, I need to roll for her thing as well. Okay. This is a fight where active defense has no fucking grounds to be used because it just punch and grip.
Yep, active defense is useless here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you gonna use your bonus action for anything, or have you already done it?
I use one attack to shove
Yeah.
out of the
Okay.
grapple.
Okay.
Then I get one additional attack that I spend a bonus action to make another attack.
Okay. Right. She's gonna attack you with one of her sidekicks. Come in when she misses. So she just hops and spins back around with another kick with a natural 27.
This is going to be painful, boys.
Yeah.
Heads up for Alex.
Okay.
Yeah, we do crit slightly differently here. It's max damage plus an additional die.
Yeah. Plus your modifier.
Okay.
Yeah. Nat ones against spells are scary. they're pretty rough. Let's see here. I think one of her things. What's your size count as? Medium.
Yep, I'm medium.
Okay. As she kicks you, you take 15 points of bludgeoning damage, and she shoves you 10 feet back into the ropes on the ring. Just boing. If this was an anime, she'd have like smoke coming off of her feet.
Yep, let me just match this out right. Alright, not quite there yet. But yeah. Actually, am I? Huh, I'm at exactly half hit points. Alright. Alright, reaction.
Hey, I think.
Yeah. Bloody but unbowed.
Okay, you're using that. Okay.
Which gives me my Constitution modifier plus my pugilist level and 2 more hit points.
Let's see.
That'll be 5 plus 3, that's 8. And it refills all of my expended moxie.
Okay.
As this sits, the real fight begins. Alright, with the bit of distance, Spit's gonna rush over, and he's gonna bulldoze her,
Okay.
and try to knock her prone.
DC 15 save. Natural 27. She
Oh,
just
okay.
locks and just holds you in place. For such a slender kind of cat person in stereotype, she can hold your ass.
Yeah, she can. Okay, nothing for it. Volley of punches coming her way.
Okay. Crack.
7 points of damage.
Yeah, she's got you like on the shoulder and you're just like going into her ribs. She can't do anything. She's got both her hands locked onto you. Yeah.
That's 12.
She takes it.
Dropping Moxie.
Okay. She's holding on for dear
Two
fucking
more.
life.
2 more coming her way.
Okay. That hits.
And left. That's a miss.
That misses 7.
But yeah, it's another 17 points of damage.
Okay.
EOT, that's all I got.
Okay. Okay, okay. I guess she's got that also, but okay. She's got a hold of you. She's gonna go in for 2 attacks on you. A 22 to hit.
That hits.
She's gonna use a trip attack and use her superiority die.
So, strength save.
I believe so. I don't remember it. Strength saving throw. I don't know what the save is, because, let's see. I need to look into Battle Master a little bit more. It's been a while. 8 off.
If it's
Right,
triple attack, I'm
15.
100% sure. Yep. Alright, here we go. Strength save says.
21.
Nope, I'm still standing.
Okay. Still gonna hit you. Okay.
There we go.
You're taking max damage on both dies, 18 points as she just spins her leg. You feel your knee just get clocked out of place, so just...
Alright, just checking. Is the superior die damage the same type as the initial attack damage?
Yeah, it's bludgeoning. That's all she does.
Cross counter.
Okay. That's her first attack.
Let's see now. What was her total damage?
It was 8, 6, 18, so you took 2 points of damage.
Alright.
That's a good counter.
Yeah.
Good roll.
I'll roll one more. I still would have gotten clobbered. Alright, here we go.
Okay, she's gonna go in for another attack against you. Not 27, I'm not shitting you. Oh, fucking god. This is like I don't know, like the movie Ghost, but just sweaty combat
And
instead.
I have not rolled a single nat 20.
What?
The hell?
Fuck, I heard like
But you rolled a nat 1. It kind of.
You know what? She's stealing like a good chunk of my luck.
Yeah. Drag.
We need to recruit her.
Okay.
Milk her for that luck.
6, 8, 8. Okay. That's 18 points of bludgeoning damage. And she's going to spend a superiority die for a grappling strike. So I need you to make a strength check against her.
22.
You succeed.
Oh, yes.
She rolled a 19. But yeah, you catch her and she's like, "You're very good at that now." And she's like broken and bloody. I don't know how bad you look, but she's fucking she's ready to get you.
Yeah, Spitz is not looking too great either. You know, blood, bruised eyes, couple of, bruised eyes, fat lip, quite a bit of blood. But hey, the spirit is still there.
Okay. Your turn.
All right. All right. That's a miss. A left.
She is going to riposte against you.
This girl's got a lot of superiority dice.
She's got
All right.
Battle Master.
Yep. All right. Let's do it. All right. This is gonna hurt them.
A 19 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
It's 13 points of bludgeoning. But yeah, on the first you miss and she just claws your face quite aggressively, and then sort of disorientates you as you swing down to depth perception, and you miss.
All right, Moxie, 2 more punches. Come
Okay.
on, hit this girl at least once this round.
That hits.
6 points.
Okay. Catch her in the sternum. You're a crunch.
All right, next fist.
And that misses. And she just sort of kicks at your feet and knocks you slightly off balance, and the punch doesn't quite connect in time. You look like shit. Maybe we should call it quits.
I never felt better.
Okay. And she's going to use her signature move again. An 18 to hit.
Yep.
And a con save for me, please. She's got you.
Ugh.
And she's like lying down with you at this point. She's like kicked out from under you and holding you in a coffin's grip. And she's just holding with all of the. You can hear like her ribs crunching beneath you. She's pinning you to her body.
Battle of the sexes.
And you just hear in your ear, "You pay me enough, I'll peg you at the same time." At least Lucy can hear that.
All right. My turn.
It is your turn.
All right. Let's try and break out. Here we go. Oh. Why, dice? Why?
As you're like struggling to get out and her grip tightens, you just fold your arms out and you hear her ribs crunch and she just yelps and lets go. And she's just on the ground, just gets back up as you stumble back to your feet. And she's breathing really bad. You can see her ribs moving unnaturally from the pain you've caused her. Fucking asshole.
Hey, Spitz, stop fisting her boobs.
She doesn't actually have... Well, as much as you can see, she's got a jerkin and like padding on beneath someone.
All right. Let's try to take her down.
Okay.
16.
Just hits her. She's like recovering and just
11
ooh,
points.
another shot to the kidneys. Just dearly holding on.
Alright, another point of Moxie. 2 more fists.
Alright, that hits.
12 point.
She's just taking at this point, just like a ragdolling. She's still standing. She is wobbling like fuck.
Alright.
You hit like my sister.
I knew it. Lucy's a girl.
It's talking about another sister.
Your sister must hit harder than you.
I remember another sister.
Oh. I missed.
And as you say that, with your missing attack, she riposts. And a 24 to hit.
Yep.
Yeah, she just grips into your jaw as you're like opening your mouth and just slams her fist into you at the same time. 15 points of bludgeoning damage. I'm pretty sure you've got another sister, don't you? Or is it just brothers?
Brother.
Oh, fuck it. Brother then.
Either that, or she's talking shit about Lucy. Which she could very well be.
Yeah, it could be. Niobe doesn't know what Lucy is. Just like sister, brother, sibling.
I'll ask her to find out for me.
Okay, let's go to the chains of rooms. Okay. How you looking?
I am in a lot of pain right now, barely standing.
Oh god, is this gonna be another situation where it's just like almost like punch to see who gets out for? Wasn't that Blackwood that you fought and you almost both got a draw from just the 2 impacts?
Yep, that was really close. And
Yep.
it got really bad.
She's going to attack you twice. She got a 24 on the first. Okay.
Hits.
And that's 6. And a nat 20 again. Fuck. I'm gonna just have to move this dice away for the next couple of fights. This thing's trying to kill you.
Yeah, clearly.
15. At least your dick deep's holding on.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Any
What's
more
it-
Got
attacks?
faith. There's no way Spitz can't see it.
Let's see if she can do that. Uno momento, por favor. I need to look into something. Okay. So, I'm just looking into something I've never actually seen it used otherwise. Okay, she can't do it. Yeah, it's your turn.
Alright. Nope. Second punch.
She got no riposte left.
Finally, I got a natural. 24 points of damage.
As you're disorientated, you just come in with a thunderclap together, and it just rings, and she just freezes and just. She is down.
Yeah, Spitz will take a minute to breathe. Alright.
Oh, the fucking is happening again, gents.
That was a lot. Yeah. This will take a minute to breathe.
Told him.
He'll turn to our boys in the stands and raise up his fist in triumph.
Well, can
Henry will let out a fucking victorious roar.
There's quite a few of the guards who are just like, what? Oh. Booze in French accent.
I think this is the only one that's showing any negative
Quite
result.
a few of the city guards are pretty, like, shocked, but somehow in awe and terrified of Spitz. No one has beaten Niobe until now. And even then, he looks fucked up.
Yep, I had to earn that.
Yep. The referee's just feeding her a healing potion. She's like cracking back to life and just gets up.
Remind me, it's Henry teaching Spitz to read, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bump into Henry and say, maybe give him a proper sex lesson as well, because I don't think this is how it's supposed to go.
Wow, that would make you guys a long voyeurs all of a sudden. Hey, oh, there's a bit on. Who goes down first?
I mean, that fight was ferocious.
Yeah. Careless Whisper plays in the background.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spitz gives her a grin. Alright. You're one of the toughest ladies I ran into in quite a long time.
She's just leaning on the ropes like, don't talk to me, please. My pride is hurt more than anything. She's like readjusting her ribs. Referee's pedaling about the ring looking for someone that's got healing magic. He's like, who knows how to fucking, patch him up? There's a couple of people with like healing potions, but she's done.
Hey, I can heal her a bit.
Hey, come on, fucking.
Yep, Spitz is just going to roll over the ring and stagger into the stands.
Okay. You sit down, bloody, sweaty, and you're just sitting down next to this almost finely dressed dwarven gentleman who's just been watching the whole time and just hands you over like a small beverage to wash it all down. Alex, would you please introduce your character?
Of course. So you see a healthy-looking dwarf with fair skin. He's bald with brushy eyebrows, kind brown eyes, and a braided light gray beard that goes all the way down to his belly button. He is dressed in very fine winter fabrics in a earthy brown and beige. Draped over his shoulders is a teal-colored cloak with a collar of gray fur.
Thanks for a drink. Who are you, by the way?
Oh, I just arrived. I'm Rauno. You are?
Well, you call me Spitfire. I call it a pleasure, but right now, one thing I'm feeling is pain.
I can imagine. You took quite the beating.
Yep. Don't want to be grabbed like that again. Well, what brings you here anyway?
I mean, what brings anyone here, right? It's the war, you know.
It gets everybody doing it. Well, they're saying you might want to figure something out soon, because, well, it's coming on our doorstep whether we wanted to or not.
Yeah, I hear the war machines, like, constantly. Quite worrying.
Well, these ain't safe times, but if the captains ain't anything to go by, you'll be plenty safe here.
That's very reassuring.
You don't sound reassured.
Well, no, I mean, it has been a long day.
I suppose you're right. What do you do anyway?
Well, I deal in
Because
alcohol.
you don't look like a soldier or a town guy either. You're a little too finely dressed for that.
No, no, I am not a sword for hire. Certainly not.
Well, no, you look more like a You know what? I'll just shut my mouth there because what I'm about to say wasn't very nice. But yeah, you don't look like the fighting type. I guess you just like to watch people beat the shit out of each other, huh? Oh, that's fine too.
Yeah, I mean, if I have the option, I'd prefer to watch rather than participate.
That's probably for the best. Well, I say enough. Nice meeting you, and take care of yourself out there. I haven't
Yeah,
been towards Henry, but you seem nice.
yeah, you're not too bad either. Well, take care, and you probably deserve a good drink after this one.
A couple more, like. Thanks for that.
Oh. Niobe gets back on her feet after Henry has helped patch her up a little bit. A few of your new conscripts, what's that word? Enter the ring, shaking with fear. Who wants to place bets? There's guards placing bets left, right, and center. And even the referee's getting in on it. Yeah, we're getting pays for the food. Throws a gold in.
Yeah, this will think about it. Yep,
Which recruits enter? Are
Yep,
the
these
Novarian or the Blind Warden recruits?
blind warden ones because
It's blind
you
wardens.
Yep, just blind warden ones because you don't want to cause problems. And plus,
Right.
it's a good time for easy money.
Mm-hmm.
Spitz will openly put a gold on our boys, but he'll whisper in the rest's ears, put 10 on the other guys.
Okay. Sure.
Gotta look like you have faith in your men even when you don't.
It's fair.
Henry's got some faith. He'll put 10 gold down on our guys.
Okay.
I'll call down to the guys in the ring. A week's wages if you beat them.
You hear people just pile to the ring like, fuck! People just like, me next is your new, like one of your blind warden recruits just gets one kick to the face and just plants. And they all start like elbowing each other like, oh, it's me next. And scrambling up. As soon as they stand, boom, down. And over time, piles of your unit just get stacked into a little mountain on the ring. And then Ethan enters the ring.
Got 50 gold on him.
You got a lot of faith.
Well, I should. I'm the one that recruited him.
Who's Ethan again?
He is your main scout and translator. The one that speaks Novarian Common, Gagarin Common, Elvish, Dwarvish, Orcish, Draconic, Undercommon. The guy is just...
Possibly the most useful member that we've recruited, if not one of the most useful members.
And he's got a lot of apostrophes, so you know he was important.
Let me see how much money is in my pouch.
Threnity lager ata othvari.
Equipment. Yeah, I'll put a platinum on Ethan.
Okay. I don't know how this subclass works, but I'm going to figure it out. Okay, yeah, he's going to do that. He walks into the ring, takes off his scout cloak, takes off the armor. No weapons, as you can see. People are betting against you. However, I do find you ravishing, Captain. I hope that this battle will not disfigure you in any way, shape, or form. And he's going to roll a persuasion check. Pretty good.
Come on, Spitz, he's trying to steal your girl. Take that.
Ethan of the Silver Tongue.
He rolled a 22 versus Niobe's 8. And she just was taken aback, almost kind of suspicious. You too, I suppose. So who's betting amongst you all? Like all of you? Is that everyone putting money in the ring?
Yeah, we just
We've put a bet up in chat.
Okay.
Is the 10 gold on our guys, was that for the conscripts only, or was that for just generally our side? I don't know how you have your bets set up.
I mean,
That's why I wrote it down.
yeah. Some of you guys bet. I know Spitz bet against them because he's experienced Niobe firsthand, so he knows what to expect. So he got 20 gold back. So anyone that's bet against any of your soldiers gets 20 gold per round. She's only gone through about 6 of them. So it's about 120 gold if you bet against. Yeah.
Only Ethan, that's the only one I bet on.
Okay.
I did call out to the recruits if they could knock them out, they get a week's wages. But, you know, they got knocked out, so no loss there.
I'll put 5 more gold on Ethan.
Okay. Sure. Is our intrepid dwarvish sorcerer going to bet on anything? Is Rauno wanting to do anything? Rauno?
Oh no.
Rauno, sorry.
He does not have the wealth.
You should have some
You should
wealth
have
on
started
you.
wealth if we're at higher levels.
Yeah, you should have your base starting wealth on you.
Yeah, he has 5. He has 5 gold.
Oh, I mean, you can bet a gold if you want, or coppers. It's up to you. But if you don't want it, it's fine. But yeah, okay.
Only a number.
Snorrel. Thank you very much for the donation, Harry. Thank you very much. That's Joe's brother, by the way. Oh man, you didn't get to see the Joe cameo because the camera's not working. None of the cameras are working. And he almost fell over, and it was the funniest thing I've seen.
God damn it, roll 20.
Yeah, he
Yeah, I
almost
know.
fell over because the camera wasn't working.
Yeah, no. Guile. Is successful. Okay, he's not got any of that, but he can hit pretty good. Okay. We're gonna roll off against initiatives of each other. Okay. Niobe goes first, though. Goes in for the grapple. On save from. Our boy just makes it. Breaks free, but takes 11 points of bludgeoning. Okay. She's going for one more hit. Just misses him. Should probably put the combat music back on. You get it. Let's do this one. Oh no, the music turned down. Why? That'll do. Okay. He's gonna attack her with an unarmed attack. With a nat 20. So it's it's a D4. And Dreadful Strike does psychic damage. That is 6 points of damage to Niobe on the first attack. And it came out of the box. And hits her again with a 23. Not bad. And 5 Dreadful Strike. Another 6 points of damage. His punches don't seem strong, but you can see something like sort of sparking a little bit. This weird red magic that seems to go around his fists as he punches. Nobody's kind of caught off guard by this very tall, skinny elf who's punching her and making her have a headache.
I see what he's doing.
Yeah. She hits him with an attack, and it's a contested athletics check. Okay, out of the box. Ooh! She catches him. Okay, she's gonna make an attempt to pull him down, and she fails. So he just sort of stands taller, and she can't get the leverage. That's her turn. Hey. Ethan is going to... let's see here. Sure, screw it. No, that's the wrong one. I clicked the wrong button. Ignore that. It won't post for some reason. Why won't you post? He's got a hunter marker. Okay. Hunter's mark.
You're doing it wrong.
Yeah, for some reason, like, I said it all up right, and it's just, I think Roll20 is just having a bad day. It hits her. 2 is 6, Dreadful Strike. 10. 9, Hunter's Mark. 11. Okay, that was a pretty strong hit. Next attack. Misses. Okay. Niobe uses her signature move. And on a nat 1, she just cannot grip him. She's still recovering. And the headache that is imploding in her skull right now is starting to take effect a little bit and disorient her. Okay, let's look at the list. Okay. Is it? Okay. Okay, that's her turn. Okay. You see, as they're struggling against each other, you see Ethan's arms fly up and just start to move weird ways around, and he casts Charm Person. That is a wisdom save, I believe. Yeah.
I think they get advantage though if he's done damage.
Yeah, he's fighting. And he's gripping, and you see the red magic sort of tendrils go into Niobe's head. And he just goes, "Let go of me." And she just lets go. That is his turn. Niobe just sort of looks around, looks at Ethan. Okay. She gets a save against it. Man, now you're wanting to roll low, Niobe. You don't want to kick this fucking boy's ass. She rolled a 9 and a 12. Which I believe is...
NPC gets it easy.
Ooh, no, she breaks free. 12 is on the button. She has broken free of it, unless he's got some sort of wild shit he's gonna pull out the bag. No, he does not. Oh. She just sort of like looks around, looks at Ethan, realizes what's actually happening. You little shit, and goes at it. But it's his turn again. And he's gonna do it one more time. He's got one spell slot left. Oh, fuck this, and just tries it. She gets to save against him. It does not work, and goes, fuck, as she spears him. Okay. And just hits him on a 16. This is gonna hurt him. It's a strength save versus 15. He holds on. He's gonna take some damage. He takes 12. He is looking pretty hurt. But that is her attack. And he's just gonna try and hit her twice. Misses. Her go again. She's gonna just... You just see Niobe lift, and her body just goes horizontal as she's going to body slam into the ground. Strength saving throw from Ethan fails as he just crashes down, taking 9 points of bludgeoning damage. She's got one more attack left in her. She's just going to use it to grapple, spin around behind him, pull his arm up, and grip and bend his fingers back. And it's a contested check. She's holding on and just putting pressure, waiting for him to submit. Will he? Fuck no, he's holding on. His wisdom save says no. Okay. He's going to try and break free. He does not break free. Is it? No. She will make an attack on him. That ones. Ooh, what will happen if that happens? Huh. He failed to grip. Oh, fuck it. I'll give him a chance to break free, and he fucking did it, boys, on a nat 20. He's and then bends. You see Niobe just sort of stumble a little bit. She's got one more attack in her. Oh, there goes the party killer. Yeah, she misses. This isn't a glamorous fight in comparison to what Spit was doing, but you'd be surprised. He misses with his attack. He misses with his second. Niobe just wants to finish it and just goes to kick him in the teeth and hits him. And is it enough to take him down? It is not. He's got 2 hit points left. I got on my calculations. She's like, holy shit.
If it was.
And
Dude, Ethan, come on.
she comes around with another spinning kick and hits him again. And he just spins like a rotisserie chicken. Bang! Down he goes. He's an archer. He's more than a fighter.
Hey, man, he put up a good fight.
Yeah. He broke free of her finger grip, which is surprising because those fingers are important to him. But yeah. He's just unconscious, and Niobe is. Yeah.
Hey, he lasted longer than I expected he would.
Yeah. He's on 0, but he'll get fed a standard healing potion, which for him is what was a D10. It's enough to bring him, to stabilize him and keep him semi-conscious. So he is on 19 now? Yeah. Okay. Who wants to fight her next? Because all that's left is you guys.
Lucy.
Oh, Camera wants to come back.
I don't think she
No,
really
no.
wants to go through all of the guards, so I'm just gonna stay in the stands unless she calls me out.
I return.
All the like
Yeah.
and shit.
Hey,
I feel
guys.
like I would kill her.
If y'all, thanks guys, it's all good. Remember, at a minimum, I made sure we weren't looked at as weaklings, so it's all good.
Hell yeah. I never thought for a second you'd lose.
Okay. So, who steps into the ring?
Lucy, because I nudge her in the stands.
Oh. Do you want to contest that, Lucy?
Yes.
Sure, make an
Yeah.
athletics check versus Henry.
Alright.
Can I make an acrobatics to like? jump back out of the
No,
way?
you're being shoved.
Hey, it's beatable.
It's beatable. It
Not
ain't
that
enough.
way,
Not
it's not.
beatable.
You're like, you try to like shove back, but you end up in Henry's hand and he shoves you really far forward and you boom into the side of the ring. And you look up and Niobe's just standing over you, blood dried in her face, just panting. Let's go. Picks you up and takes you into the ring.
I walk over to the ref and I hand him 10 gold. I'm like, alright, 10 gold on Niobe for this one.
I'll look up to Niobe. Before we do this, I need to speak with someone first. And if she'll put me down, I'll head over to the sidelines to the ref.
Let's go of you. You.
And I'll like put my finger to bring him to motion him down to my level.
He is just, he's shorter than you. He's
Oh,
2
he's
foot.
shorter than me,
He's
okay.
2'3". He's a kenku. He's tiny.
Jesus.
Yeah, kenkus are small, man.
Then I'll kneel down to him and I'll just whisper to him, 20 gold on my sister.
Provided, Boo, remember, you're typically not allowed to bet against yourself in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, I need you to roll a persuasion check because the betting max is 10.
I'll put 2 platinum
27.
on Niobe.
Why not? This will shrug, show faith in Lucy, and put exactly 1 platinum on Lucy, which is 10
Well-
gold. There you go.
Gonna lose that real quick.
Hey, betting
Hey.
against the odds. Hey, if it works out, it's a big payday for you, brother.
I don't expect it will, but that'll be nice.
You see, you see on the little black, like on the chalkboard, the ref's written, "No chance to 1." So
Hey,
take
that
my-
means if you win, I get like all the money in the house.
probably.
Yes.
Did he take my
Also, I
20
want to
gold?
watch these. I want to watch these guys split 10 gold between all 40 of them. I love to see that.
Yeah. But yeah, he took the 20 gold.
40 people that spent 10 gold.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'll walk back into the ring, like keeping my back towards the, like basically pressed up against the edge of the ring,
Okay. The
away from
the ref comes out. Cook! Ding! Roll initiative, please. It's a pretty rough one to beat. Fuck, it's a roll-off, unfortunately. Both got the same. You've got the same dex.
Oh, okay.
Apparently. I mean,
But you're a rogue. Why's your deck so low?
is that running off your int?
No.
How's your dex so low?
Yeah. How do you only have 14 decks?
Because I haven't had much to boost it in any sort of way.
Yeah, fair.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
you
yes,
lost your
that is
racial
fair.
bonus, right?
Yeah,
But
fair.
just as a reminder, that means that Lucia, our party rogue, has exactly one more dexterity than Spitz.
Yeah.
Exactly one.
Okay.
Yeah, and as Jeeves said, I lost it from Tabaxi.
Yeah, pretty much. Sister, I'll wear your skin and get the bonuses. Okay, roll up against her. She got a 19. Okay, she's going first. Alright, the bell dings, you walk closer together, and she just immediately goes in for a spirit. 22 to hit.
Oh, we're at 22. Yeah, that hits.
Okay, I need a strength saving throw, please.
Reaction to shout.
Save.
Strength save, yeah.
I mean, you should.
You
expect
make
this.
it. You just sort of like hold, and she's not expecting your weight, and she just basically runs at you, grabs you, and just keeps going. But that's it. You still take 8 points of bludgeoning.
I'm a.
Can he dodge?
Judge.
Okay. Which is very hard to do with a spear. But she's got hold of it and just basically just
I
throws
just
you
kind of
down.
run back with it and quickly sidestep and
Yeah. This means she's not got a grip on you yet. She goes in for a punch and she's gonna attempt to get you. She gets you, and a contested athletics, she's gonna try and grapple you. It's a pretty easy one to beat. You did not beat it though. As
yeah, I figured as much.
she has to get on her knees and hold you, and you can hear like the just healed ribs crunching a little bit, and you're just squeezed. And it's now your
I
turn.
mean, for what it's worth, she can't be at full strength after all the fight.
No, she's not. She's still pretty hurt, but she's got no superiority die left, no action surge, no second wind. She's fighting raw.
So weapons and
Heck, if she spent all of those on me.
You can use weapons if you really want. There's your joke cameo for the day. Enjoy.
Well, I can't see him, but hi, Joe.
The guy say hi. He said hi.
Hello.
Okay. You can try and use weapons if you want to grievously wound your sister.
Hey, my knives don't do physical damage. Just give her a mild headache.
Yeah, just it's not a tumor. It's not.
Migraine.
If this makes you, firstly, let go of me. Secondly, if this makes you feel any better, you won't have any scars. I'll summon my dagger and just jab them into her.
Okay, make an attack roll. Her AC is 60. Listen, that you just can't quite get around. You're like, yeah. And she's just like, how sweet. But that kind of pissed me off a little bit. And she is going to use her signature move of Crusher on you.
God.
And a 26 definitely succeeds to get it. I need a Constitution save, please.
Nope.
No. Okay, that's one down. She's like, you've had your sister hug you before when you were younger. It was quite strong. This is terrifyingly strong because you're smaller now. And it's just, have you ever, like, I don't know what's the best description of it. Like, I can't really imagine a good way. I've definitely experienced it. Having your head pushed against a wall very hard and just keeps going. Just yeah, basically that. Have you seen scanners? Yeah.
I mean, I've had someone actually like put their hands on both sides of my head and
Just squeeze that,
Yeah.
but all over and a lot harder. Turn it up to like maybe like 8, and that's the pressure, and it just gets worse as time goes on. But yeah, it's your turn now. That's all she's got.
Go with me, I'm not your teddy bear. Go with...
You gonna go for it? Yeah. Okay.
Nope.
You just get her. No, you. Oh no, you don't. Yeah, you fucking miss. You're just like, your face is turning more and more blue. And you're like,
Just try to stab your own neck. You'll hit her.
okay. I need another con save.
Nope.
Yeah, you're just, you can see the corners of your vision just starting to tunnel, squeezing. And it's your turn again. Unless you want to try and break free, it's one of your attacks though.
Break free is athletics, right?
Yes, it is athletics. It's DC 15 to break free.
That's not gonna happen.
You might, you never know. Part of the cards.
You rolled an 18 strength save.
Yeah, you might be able to pull it off on athletics.
And then you rolled an 11 in athletics, but don't look at that.
Alright, yeah, fuck it. Give it a shot.
Go ahead.
Now this isn't much of a fair fight with you holding me like this. Nope. And offhand dagger.
An awkward moment when the rogue says it's not very a fair fight.
Yep. She just wraps her hand around the back of your head and just locks.
Fucking 7.
And she just squeezes even tighter. I need one more con save. And like that, darkness as you just... And you're just let down gently. And you just feel like a little smooch on your forehead. Niobe stands up, you've got an unconscious gnome.
Oh, that takes care of that. Fistful shrug. Alright. Let's see how 40 you bastards splits 10 gold. This ought to be funny.
Okay. The odds get tallied up. It is a 4-1, so you get 4 times your bet plus your bet back.
Hell
yeah.
yeah. Let's go, baby.
Give me that money.
Thank you, Yoshi.
Yeah, like Lucy is unconscious, face almost blue and like bright tomato red, and just it's just water poured on their face.
Yeah, Spencer just walk down and just pick Lucy up like a child and carry them out.
Nah, Niobe takes care of it. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, let's add insult to injury.
Yeah.
Yeah, just burp him on the way.
She is actually carrying Lucy like a child.
Yes.
She's gonna put like a little like pacifier tea on the end of a bottle.
Does anybody have a sending stone? Take a picture. Send it to me.
How
Accidentally sent it to Blackwood. Look at this.
how conscious am I during this?
Your
'Cause I know
your
just being
vision's
choked out,
your vision's like starting to come back. I mean, you need to hold someone for a real fucking long time to like keep them unconscious for like more than a minute. Your like breathing's labored. Your ribs are feeling kind of bruised and aching. Your vision's starting to come back. It's kind of hazy, but all you see is just boom, 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 and the ring getting further and further away as you're just planted down. And you just see the dark visage of your sister. Good fight. You tried.
I'll just as she puts me down, I'll just look up at her as best as I can. Fuck you.
Love you too. And heads back in the frame. Who else? You took chicken shit to punch at me, use a weapon. Hell, I'll even take a fireball at this rate. Just looks across the crowd, eyeing anyone up. Nobody? Okay. It is dismissed. You can all go back to your night. Walks away. And people just kind of go, most of the guards go, oh fuck, I really want to see someone get real fucked up. Yeah.
Someone beside your captain?
She did a number on you too, mate.
Alright, well, I wonder if we passed or not.
Well, at the very least, I did.
Aye, true.
It didn't look like it was meant to show us if we would pass or not. It's just the slaughterhouse. This is not how you check for combat readiness.
Yeah, I had fun.
True, but you don't check this way for combat readiness.
Hey, maybe it was to let off some steam for the guards for being assaulted all this time.
Okay. So, you all regather in the cafeteria into the barracks. Niobe's there, just, standing on top of a table looking over pretty much everyone that's now fully conscious. Based on your spirit, mostly, and your captain's tactics of incentivizing, despite your lack of hand-to-hand combat training, all you need is a little bit of a push and you're good. You can join the ranks for the time being and we'll help you out. But once it's over, I do not want to see you again. For a long time.
Hey, not even your sister?
Lucy is the exception to the rule. Maybe your half-orc. I like him. He knows how to put me in my place. Only if he pays me. My starting rate is 5 gold for you. For everyone else, it'll cost you your life. And the guards go, yes, ma'am.
Give Spitz a pat on the back.
And just 5 gold in his pocket. Like, oh.
Who knew that worm sheets were on 5 gold?
Yeah. Well, Alex, apparently, because he doesn't know the joke. Yeah, worm sheets are 5 gold. Stupid joke. That was a camping 2 joke, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good...
Campaign do joke. Yeah, we'll explain this one. You see, we had another player who was playing essentially a very clueless Dragonborn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Nick. Poor Nick.
Poor Nick. So, apparently, we were at this inn, and one of the workers there, I think it was, a half-elf guy?
I can't remember, but it was a half-elf, definitely, I know that.
It was a half-elf, kid. It's like...
Something like that, I don't know. It was
not like kid, but I remember they were, super short for, a half-elf. They were pretty young.
Yeah, young for I think they're an elf. Yeah, so quite young for an elf.
In elf years, but in human years,
Yeah, 100+ years old. Yeah, quite old. Oh,
yeah, he made that. Yeah, he made the offer. War sheets 5 gold. Lazarus, the character, did not know what the hell that meant, They kept asking about the sheet warming service.
And it just became a running joke.
Yep.
I see.
It's a very funny, awkward scene.
Yeah,
Good scene.
it was funny. We got a good laugh out of it. I think there was a pretty tense session before that, so it was quite a nice release.
Yeah. I think the session before we had our first meeting with the hands, who
Yeah.
would basically become our personal enemies.
Yeah. Okay, so the chef jumps back into chef attires, goes around, takes orders in case anyone wants any like desserts or any other beverages or whatnot.
Yes,
Large
folks will
pipe.
say,
What do you want?
All right, chef. Give me a nice tall glass of beer, and I guess pie if you got it.
Kind of pie you want?
You got apple?
I've got substitute apples.
Military ration
The
apple.
hell's a substitute apple?
Try and find out. Oh, it's not no bad.
Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Let's go.
All right. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll take a refill of that ale that I had for breakfast. It was good stuff.
All right, I'm gonna whip that up. There is the
I'll take a refill as well.
What about the ragdoll?
Soup and some strong tea, whatever you have.
Do you want a straw with the tea?
Strong, not straw.
All right. Is our intrepid sorcerer at this table as well, or is he elsewhere?
He'll be in the vicinity, not barging into the conversation or
Sure.
the party, but he'll be just next to them.
Okay. Well, you'll get the
It's a large, like, barracks table.
yeah. It's like a super long table, so you're probably like a couple seats down. Think like a Hogwarts tables, like super long,
Ah, yeah.
like one of them.
Is there butterbeer?
You can ask.
Would add
The chef can make anything your heart desires.
Actually, hold on.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Ask for
Alright,
butter.
who else wants to try this substitute apple thing?
You know, I think I'll pass on that one. You let me know how it tastes, though. Maybe I'll ask for the recipe.
Well, any of you guys? How about you down there? So like pointing at Rono.
What?
Apparently, the chef's gonna make an apple pie out of this thing called substitute apple, or whatever the hell that means. Well, I'm trying it. You want in or not?
Well, that sounds adventurous. And he'll scoot up a couple of seats. Sure, I'll have a slice.
Alright, make it 2 substitute apple pies over there, chef.
The chef is literally between you and Rona. And what do you want? Want a refill?
Yelling in his ear.
Yeah, he's quite short, so he's quite... You want like you're getting the pie. You want a drink?
Do you have something strong?
Oh, I mean, this guy sitting right next to you is pretty strong, but I've got something stronger. I'll go get it. He just writes it down. And it's like not proper writing, it's like symbols. Yeah, you gotta be doing like that. One of them you're pretty sure is a very phallic shape that someone's drawn on a wall somewhere in town and just uses it. Brooklyn Bird, is that what he sounds like? I'll just go for like a...
It's kind of got like a Brooklyn
It
vibe.
sounds like a guy I work with.
He's
like
a Brooklyn Boyd.
They got the lot of herons down in Brooklyn.
I don't know. But it
Bird
sounds like this
scratch.
guy.
Probably.
It sounds like the person you're working with needs to go and get his vocal cords replaced.
Probably. He'll be dead in 3 years anyway. They don't live long.
Yeah, fair enough.
And just disappears into the back, comes back with your refills, and an ominous stone vial for Rona. It comes out with substitute meat pie, a soup, a strong tea with a straw in it for Lucy, and a straw in the soup as well.
Give him a side eye like you fucking asshole.
Hey, look, and just lifts up the straw and it's got a spoon attached to the end of it, so it's like a sippy spoon. Hey, just in
Hey,
case
look
you've
at
got
that,
no
it's
teeth left,
perfect.
you know. Fine. Enjoy your fucking meat. Waddles away. Elizabeth right
Hey,
with
I like
balance and pulls a Steve's cat.
Coronar, can we hire him?
Alright, so substitute apple pie, here we go.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I hope we don't die. Heh.
Cheers, buddy.
You dig in. It's
Take a careful bite.
yeah. Take a careful bite. Kind of sweet, kind of tangy, kind of got an elderflower note on it. Suspiciously good for something ominously called substitute apple pie. You look on the inside of it, and you can't tell what it is, but it looks like some sort of gelatinous substance of some kind. It doesn't have any like lumps in it or nothing. It's clear on the inside. That's it. But it tastes
Oh,
edible. It's good.
It tastes edible.
Yeah, you know, like when you eat something, you're like, that's not good.
enjoy your defeated gelatinous cube bite. Apple pie.
Don't give away the secret ingredient. Yeah.
You two know each other then, Spitz?
We met at the on the bleachers after I apparently managed to be the only person in our entire group to beat Niobe. Yeah, he gave me a drink, which was nice because I was had my ass kicked backwards and forwards. But yeah, we had a bit of a chat. Seemed nice enough. I have no idea what the hell he does though. I don't know. Got a good feeling about him.
Oh, aye. I'll
You know, kind of like how I had a good feeling about Lucy and Winnie, even though she's gone now.
Yes, which was a terrible idea for you having a good idea about me.
In fairness, I think you did more for us than you kind of hurt us. And don't worry, by the way, I'm still gonna punch your friend Crow in the face when I find him.
He's probably done less damage because we stopped letting him heal us.
I've never once healed you.
Exactly. After you stopped the one guy on the road and said you were helping him.
Yeah.
I'll look over to our new dwarf friend and reach out my hand. Hey, your name's Henry. Nice to meet you. You see in a pretty nice red suit with a red hat, black curled long hair, golden-eyed and bronze-skinned tiefling, reaching out his hand to shake.
I'll shake it firmly. Rauno Hewitt, newly arrived refugee.
Nay, I imagine that's a pretty common story around this time.
Yeah, I'm afraid it probably is. So, what do you do when you don't fight it off in the alleyways, so to speak?
Hey, well, you know, it's funny you should mention that, because it kind of started out as gang members, so I suppose we started out fighting in the streets. But then I started working at And I'll point over at our half-orc boss, Coronar. Coronar here, who's our boss. Now of the Merc Company, but before, he's a weaponsmith. Worked over there at his forge as a guard. Helped him with the forge, some of the smithing too.
Yep, he made sharp, pointy weapons, and Henry and I made sure nobody used those sharp, pointy weapons on him.
Ah, I see.
But things kind of went nuts from there. Well, actually, not kinda. Really went nuts. Because a shadow basically ate our home city.
I
Don't
forget
sure
about the
me along with
fumigation.
it.
Vandal did a number on that town.
In fairness, the city was going to be blown up. My money was on Navarians, but my second bet was Vandal.
Hey, and he has a good talent for it. Had to let it blossom so he could find a new job afterwards, I'm sure. You got the fumigation business and all that.
That being said, I don't want to be anywhere near his business when he's working.
Not unless I'm hiring him.
Because, Vandal's the kind of guy where if you punched him, he'd blow you up inside your house. Yeah, he's not a nice guy. But if he needs a job, we probably could pay him to blow something up for us. Commit some of that, there's a fancy word for it. Doing the thing that scares the shit out of people. That kind of thing. Lucy, what's the word for it?
Hey, I mean, scare.
You're going to have to be a bit more specific than that.
Lucy,
Well, it ain't really that important.
Lucy, make a perception check, please.
Oh god. Oof.
It's not enough. As you say that, you just get a jolt. Your body shakes as you feel a grip, and your sister goes, "Oh, it is that." I just keep walking. Just heads on.
I'm going to get one of my psychic blades and throw it right in the heels of one of her feet.
Sure, go ahead. She's in armor now, so it's got higher AC.
Hit that nat 20.
Nah.
No Achilles.
I'll look back at Rana, and I'll flick Lucy in the ear. Hey, and this one over here who's raving on and on about it being some sort of medical practice to stab somebody in the chest.
It is a medical practice.
It is a medical practice if you want to kill someone.
Hey,
It was one time, and it's to relieve pressure on the lungs.
oh, I'm sorry, I bring up the time that you stabbed somebody as the one time you did something.
In
Comparison
fairness,
to the other times that I've
given,
stabbed people.
given the way Lucy fights, that's probably not the first person she has stabbed that way.
Hey, but you don't tell the others that you're not gonna hurt them in any way, or take their things, and then you stabbed him, and took his things.
I only took his things because he was threatening to use them against us.
Hey, because you stabbed him.
I was helping him. I'm not having this argument for the 50th time with you.
Hey, you wanna lose it a 50th time?
Does sound
Lucy
like you're
will
losing
just pick up. Lucy will just pick up a soup bowl and just start drinking out of it.
Don't forget to use the straw. Be civilized.
Well,
Take
continuing
the
on.
straw and throw it at Henry.
Sure, you throw a spoon at Henry with a straw attached to the end of it.
Yeah, we're still arguing over whether or not that actually helped. But Well, that was a very weird thing that we'll talk about later. I should say that it was a very bright encounter. So we kept traveling, had minor adventures along the way, and we found ourselves in a blind warden after leaving our. Wait, we came from. Where did we come from? Was it Mitras?
You're from Anir, which is in the realm of Mitras, yeah. So it's one of the kingdoms.
After we left Mitras, we ended up here in Elysia.
Well, you're now you're on the border. Yeah.
We ended up in Elysia. Settled down for a time in Blind Warden. Got the forge all set up. Everything's going nice. Even won me like a championship at a local fight pit. But, well, things got a little more fucked up further. But we'll save that for later. What's your story, anyhow?
Oh, like I said, just a simple refugee from the war, you know? All the way from Kingsvale, in fact.
I'll look him over.
I've never heard of
Farmers are simple. You don't look like a farmer.
Oh, no, but I suppose all refugees are just stamped refugees, as, you know. We lose who we were previously, I suppose.
I have never heard of Kingsdale. Where's that at?
Oh, it's pretty far away. Duraheim.
Crickets,
Oh,
you
isn't
can hear them
the
walk
rock
by.
that big thing, Dural. That's where that's at, right?
I don't know.
Not across.
Don't ask me.
If all of you have come from Kagara, live in Kagara, you know who Dural is. It's like
We
a
know.
massive legend.
Yeah, but I have no idea what Duraheim is.
Durheim?
Or Kingsvale.
Might have heard. Well, mind you,
Knowing a
you weren't
person
properly
doesn't know
educated.
the place.
Yeah. You.
I mean, we would probably know about Durheim.
You would know about.
Maybe not the specific cities or anything.
Nah, you would probably know a little bit about Kingsvale, as it's the first ever city built in Kagara. It's ancient, carved into a mountain face. It's huge. But other than that, you don't know anything about it.
Henry's not smart enough to know that much.
No, if you're not educated, you don't know the intricacies of every city. So you've got a crayon map, for fuck's sake.
Don't make fun of my map. You made me pay like 15 gold for that map.
Yeah, because he wasn't willing to give you any others for cheap. Because maps are
I'm
expensive.
gonna come back for that fucking wall. And I'm gonna roll it off with a handcart.
Go back to Oathland. Sure.
Yeah, and I remember what happened. Anybody know where? I forgot the alien's name again.
Cyrus?
Dude.
Yeah, you might know where Cyrus is. I haven't seen him since he turned Lucy into a whale.
You turned Henry into a whale.
Sorry, turned Henry into a whale.
I don't know. He was somewhere in town. Ish.
Oh, hope somebody's watching him then.
If I remember correctly, he was in the tavern with Venkin last I saw.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Vankin is watching him.
Yeah, if he's with Vankin, it should be fine.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You got a lot of faith in Vankin.
By Venkin.
Right?
No, you've got a lot of faith in Vankin protecting Cyrus. Not protecting Cyrus from Vankin, though. The shit the Vankin's told you? Yeah, that was gonna happen. I think it'll be fine. What happened? I gazed into the basement. I had no idea. Still a little pussy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Spitz will pull up the sheet of paper. garbled in Orcish script. All right. Lucy, how do you spell how is his name spelled again? Gotta cross her off the fight list.
Niobe?
Yeah. Because it doesn't translate that well in Orcish.
It almost exactly how you sound it out. Niobe.
Alright. It spells it exactly like that. Niaohbe. Hey, struck one down off the fight list. That is success in Spitz's eyes.
No, she made you work for that victory.
A good fight too.
Oh, yeah, shit. I need
Yep, don't worry.
macro.
Eventually, he's gonna beat the shit out of Venkin.
There you go.
Eventually.
I forgot to add that.
Alright, put that away now. So now we gotta wait for an inevitable siege. I'm sure I'll be fine.
So Ronald, what's your plan if the siege is successful and they get inside the town?
Oh, well. I hope that they could be evacuated elsewhere, I suppose. It'd be terrible to stay, you know.
I don't know where you'd evacuate to though. Maybe into the country north?
Well, I have really no idea, but I hope so at least.
That's good. What I've heard is this continent is almost completely overrun with Navarians.
Hey, we'll have to do something about that though.
What, you want to fight all of them and push them all back yourself?
No, but that's why we started this, isn't it?
Well, the primary reason was so we wouldn't be, well, conscripted and become like the poor bastards we send out to take care of fire. Oh yeah, might as well accomplish something while we're doing this.
Hey, that too.
Besides, we basically got the stamp and ticket for it. Might as well the boys gain some more experience. As you know, we haven't been in any real fights since, well, the other day.
If I may ask, have you been successful in your endeavors?
Hey, so far,
Yep, we
they were
won.
pretty successful, eh?
Well, we are still alive, so
Well, I mean, you're like resisting.
Well, I mean, we fought one group of Novarians so far, and it went pretty well. Came out of it, no losses against some extra troops.
Oh, well,
May not look it, but so far the group's been holding up just fine against them.
well, that's good to hear then. Perhaps you'll deal with this war then, eh?
Well, not alone, that's for sure.
Yeah, nope. They were pretty tough, but there's this thing called power in numbers. And yeah, they got what, literally millions of dudes out there knocking over the whole damn continent.
Oh,
Do what you can, but you can't do shit about that.
Doesn't mean we
if we
can't fight
try,
back. We can though.
Yep,
if we
start
would try
small.
to face
Start
them now,
small.
it'd be
Make it day to day. And perhaps let Vankin play with the next Centurion we capture.
If we try to face them ourselves anytime soon, it'd be similar to, well, my encounter with my sister.
Which is why we're not going after the soldiers.
Yeah, it
Thinking
was
more
a
like the supply train. You know, small band.
Hey,
Pretty-
something.
Yep, like our fights was and be smart about that. And by the way, Lucy. Alright, you and I, we need to go and hit the gym. Because I didn't expect you to win. I bet on you to be nice. But that was pathetic.
Why do you think I bet it against myself?
Fair, but even if you were planning to take a dive, you should at least make it. You should at least do better than that.
There was no plan to take a dive. I am not effective if someone just gets a hold of me. Hence why I always prefer to have one of you on my side when I'm facing someone.
Hey, it's
I know, but as that situation proved, we ain't always gonna be there for you. So, you need to start working out, Lucius. Get used to your new body and make it work for you.
Hold on. Hey, don't use not that name. Not anymore, alright? We
You can
don't
use
need none.
licorice though.
We don't need any of that name coming after us anymore.
Uh, I lagged for a second there. I said Lucy.
I heard Lucius. And I was like, I better roll because there's refugees here.
Yeah, that was a Lucius there.
I heard Lucius.
I'm pretty sure I said Lucy.
I heard it.
Okay. Ah, 3 against 2. Okay, I'll let you off. I'll let you off.
This time.
This time on Oops, I fucked up.
Oops, I did it again.
Oh, poor Brittany.
Hey, it wouldn't hurt to get a little bit stronger at, close quarters combat anyways, Just in case a situation arises in the future.
Well, I guess the other smart thing for you to do would be to be an absolute finger and get like get you a good crossbow.
I
You know?
do have a crossbow, but
Okay.
haven't really used it.
It was a pretty small ring to use crossbows in, to be fair.
No, I'm trying to come up with a strategy here.
Ooh.
Because yeah,
Oh,
yeah, they're
if you can't outbeat it, if you can't outbeat them, then you have to outrun them. So either go for strength or speed.
You are
Nice.
pretty used to getting chased now. You could have tried to outrun her.
Mm-hmm.
nah, I doubt it. Niobe's a cat lady. She just see them as prey, then pounce them. Hell, she pounced me 3 times.
So, when's the next date, Spitz?
And perhaps after the battle.
Good luck, because Ethan was eyeing her up.
You can sit him like with an ice pack. Almost just unconscious, just sleeping.
Well, if he does it, then more power to him.
I heard my name. What? Suck it.
You think it'll be alright by the time we need to move?
I don't know.
Hey, you'll be fine.
I'm saying all this while on 5 hit points.
Yeah. You think it'd be alright? Jaw misaligned, a tooth kind of squint, nose bent as shit, big bulging black eyed. You think it'll be alright?
Look, this is all time that's counting towards a short rest. He can roll hit die.
Yeah, I
Ain't nothing
guess.
stopping.
I mean, you can go and do other things. You can go and peruse around the town. It's still open, despite giant fiery balls falling from the sky.
Well, I imagine if we're gonna deal with the siege, we probably don't want to take a vacation stroll through the town first.
Let's go
It
book
seems
shopping.
counterintuitive.
I mean, we could do it. No. What time of day is it?
It's about like early evening.
A bit late to heat up the porch and
Yeah.
knock out some spears.
Yeah, the boss has a mobile forge. It's actually kind of cool.
Hey, if you
Wanna
need a
run-
weapon, feel free. Talk to him.
Yeah. Hey, boss, how's the chain whip coming along?
No, during travel, I haven't really had a chance to work on it. So, nowhere near complete.
Hey, Rano, if you happen to need a weapon, just in case the worst happens, boss here is a good weaponsmith. Make you something good.
Oh, well, in fact, not really in need of a weapon. It wouldn't keep me alive more than what I got, so. But I did lose my armor. Quite unfortunate in the evacuation, really.
That I
Oh,
cannot help you with.
oh, and what do you got if a weapon won't help you? You fight with your hands like me, or are you like a magic man?
More of the latter.
It looks like you and Cyrus might have something to talk about. Well, I guess you, Cyrus, and Henry.
I. Well, what kind of magic do you do? Do you deal with magic from the gods, or are you like the wizardy type?
It's a little bit complicated. I suppose I am my own conduit.
Oh yeah, you might be like you might be like one of them. No, the children are cultists. Maybe not. I think there were a few guys in the gang that could just do magic.
Please tell me you're not one of those nature hippies.
No, I mean, nature is fine and all, but no.
I'm just checking. They don't tend to like it when you turn their trees charcoal to make weapon, sharp stuff.
Oh, well, that is a necessity, though. So I have no problem with it.
If you're looking for armor, though, I mean, we are inside the barracks. You could go and ask Niobe, see if maybe she's got an extra set lying around or something. Maybe she'll sell you one or something. I don't
I know
know.
there's somebody in town who can make you some, or you can buy some off the rack. Never quite comfortable, but hell, I don't wear armor either.
It's not for comfort. Keep you alive and all that, you know?
Hey, but comfort's nice, especially if you wear it, frequently.
Of course, of course. Let's see. And he'll turn his head around looking for Naomi.
Okay, give me one moment. Make a perception check, please. Okay. I mean, she's not hard to spot. Dark, almost night-time black fur, and quite blatantly decent armor with like a sort of royal blue sort of sash over the shoulder. You do spot her. Yeah.
Well, if you excuse me, then I'll go and make myself known.
Good luck, buddy.
And I'll walk over to her.
Sure. Yeah, she spots you. Can I help with it, sir?
Oh, yeah, yes. Very nice display there out. I was watching you.
Thank you.
Well, the gentlefolk over there, and I'll point at the group, they pointed me in your direction. Supposedly you could obtain me some sort of protection gear.
I can do that. Surely, yes. I can ask the armorer or yourself. But what kind of armor is it that you require?
Well, it would be perfect if I could have something of the half plate.
Half plate. I can have a look around, see if I've got anything similar to it. So look, see. A plate. Does she have a plate? Okay. Okay. Just takes out this piece of parchment and writes down just a few words and signs it, folds it, hands it to you. The armorer is 2 floors down to the right, and then there's a small corridor, and it is a large open archway. You cannot miss it. They will sort you out, get it adjusted, and you just hand them that.
Just like that. Well, thank you kindly.
Pleasure.
And he happily waves at the group as he walks as per her directions.
Yeah,
Well, looks like he's got what he's going for.
yeah. Niobe's staring at the group, just like almost daggered eyes, just like, God damn it.
Henry will smile and get up and walk over to Niobe.
You're not wanting armor too, are you?
No, I'm alright in that regard. I was wondering though, does this town have a temple or a church?
It did.
I'm guessing it got destroyed
Yes, it
so
did.
far in the siege.
There is a temporary shrine to the gods that were worshipped in this town on top of the tavern across the streets on the 3rd floor. Okay, so Bruno is reading the letter. It says, hand the dwarf some armor, but make sure to send him back to me. Signed, Niobe.
Alright.
What gods were worshipped here before the whole siege happened before?
You name it, it was worshipped. We are a diverse society.
Alright. Well, maybe I'll pay him a visit.
Chance.
And
Yes.
I'll give her a nod and say, thanks for letting me know.
Okay.
Head back and sit down at the table.
Okay.
Look over the coroner and say, so boss, do you know, when you might want to try to take care of the siege some?
Well, I'd have to get a proper look at how the siege is set up first. we go out and we're the only ones going out, we ain't coming back.
Hey, true.
Which is a horrible prospect. So I
Alright.
need to see the siege first.
Well, while you're figuring that out, would you mind if I went over to the makeshift church they got going here? Maybe give a couple sermons from the four lords?
Sure, go for it.
Alright. I'll be across the street in the inn. Second floor, I believe.
Uh-huh.
Henry will walk off.
Rona, you come to the archway of the armor and look inside, and it's a lot more refined than the rest of the building. Along the walls are large glass display cases with giant suits of armor, long, beautifully crafted weaponry, and at the helm, sort of studding some leather armor, is a large Leonin tabaxi, just sort of studding away with a hammer and some rivets. Hears like a creak of the
Again, nice
floorboard.
moonlighting.
Turns around. You see like grizzled scars down the face, one eye missing, a few fingers not quite there. Just, hello?
Good evening. I have a note here for you.
Plods over to you. Takes it, opens it up. Metal doesn't run on fresh air, but sure. What size do you need?
Oh, well, usually my manservant has that kind of information. I mean, like, do you have some way of measuring?
I do. I just pat you on the side, pat you back and front, head down here. Just measures your arm. Oh, I'll probably do it. It's away to the back room. You hear just clanking. And you got it. Fucking damn. Come on. Comes out with this ragtag bit of armor that's kind of mismatched and just, right, let's fix this up. Just starts bolting it all together and quickly sands it and polishes the side so it kind of closely matches. And right, try it on.
Yeah, sure. Is it supposed to be like different shades?
I'm not a tailor. If it's gonna keep you alive, doesn't really matter what color it is.
Ah, yeah, as long as it's not red, right?
What's wrong with... Oh, right, never mind. Yeah, you take about 10 minutes to don the armor. Kind of bit tight underneath the armpits, but that gets quickly readjusted. Right, and fix that. And, comfortable?
Yes. I mean, considering I'm wearing heavy armor like this, yeah, it's okay. I can
Good.
breathe, I can move. Perfect.
Yeah, and I'll keep you breathing too. But, yeah, hey, the captain wants to see you after this anyway.
Oh, all right.
Right.
Well, thank you then, sir.
No worries. Right. I'll go back to those. It just keeps going. The rivet some armor as you are allowed to leave or peruse the fine wares along the walls.
Yeah, I'll take the scenic route.
Sure. You see large pieces of full plate armor that have certain what's the word I'm looking for? Motifs. So you've got some floral acid etchings. Some look like dragon armor that is fashioned into dragon shapes. Long swords that are sort of arched slightly, unlike anything you've seen. Large. What's the sword that quest of you has a flamberge. It's a flamberge, flamberg. One of them. Few other bits and pieces. So whoever this person is, they know how to work metal into good shapes. And seems to have a wide range of skills surrounding, mostly going into more exotic weaponry and fancier armors than usual. Probably the royal blacksmith, but who knows?
All right.
Well, you find your way back into the cafeteria.
So that's what they had for you.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right?
Yep, it'll keep you alive, alright.
I certainly hope so.
We've clearly gone pretty far, Henry. Remember when it took, or when we couldn't get you any kind of armor at all?
Henry's off at the church, man.
Oh, you're right. He's off. Never mind. Let me work it back a little bit. All right, looks like you're ready for well, whatever's coming next.
Yeah.
Well, Spitz will like him get up and well, down his drink and head out.
Sure.
I'm gonna go walk around town for a bit. You can come with if you want.
Sure.
Otherwise, all right.
I do have to talk to the kind lady first.
Why not? Let's see how this shakes out. Cause you might got yourself conscripted. Let's find out.
Are you both going to see Niobe? Okay.
Sure, why not? Let's see how
Okay.
this shakes out.
Everybody going to pay her a visit.
Yeah, just the whole cafeteria just emerges around her. Fuck. Do we get free armor too? No. Oh, no giveaways. Yeah, you find Niobe. She's currently helping some people out, especially the chef, she's helping clear tables and getting everyone ready for an impending attack. Just hears the clinking in the background. Right. Just turns, sees the both of you. I assume it fits well, Mr. Master Dwarf.
Oh yeah, it is adequate. Very.
Wow, you must have good armor from where you're from then.
I don't know. I mean, it's the only one I've had before, so you know. I
Good.
really don't know.
Good. Good to hear that it's comfortable. Just looks at Spitz. Gives you a little smirk. Just looks
Yeah.
back at you, Ron.
Very kind of you to give me this.
Well, no, it is quite an expensive piece of armor. There is a debt to be repaid. And you spoke to these gentlemen who are more than willing to hire people. I'm sure you can repay your debt to me through them.
Oh, well, there must have been a misunderstanding.
No, there's not a misunderstanding. You have asked me of something that was told to you by one of these gentlemen. Their debt to me is also yours. They have sent you to take something from me. It is on your body right now. They asked you to get it. Ergo, they own you. But we'll pay you. Isn't that right, Mr. Spitfire?
Yep, we offer good rates. And look, I know this ain't what you expected, but if you don't want to be involved in all this, then just take it off and give it back.
Ah. I mean, What would you have me do?
Well, at the
He is a
moment,
recruit.
you're a recruit, so you'll be training with the rest of us. let's see what you can do and figure out what to do with you then.
You might have some
It's an odd way
skills they
of
need.
joining the band, but well, you're welcome to it.
It's
But I am giving you the option to walk away right now.
Is there a diplomatic branch I could join?
Talk
What?
to
Front end of a
Oh
sword.
wait, I'm not there.
talk to
I'm
Lucy.
table,
You
right.
can talk with Lucy about that.
or to
Although I should remind you that diplomacy only really works if you got the force to back it up.
you could speak to Ethan as well if Lucy's not around.
Yep, or Ethan. One of those
Wouldn't
two.
recommend speaking to Ethan right now.
Yep,
Yeah, he's kind of
because
got a concussion.
Curly has concussion. His jaw is like in two pieces. Hopefully he'll be fine by tomorrow.
And
We'll
he's
see.
sleeping on an ice pack trying to get brain freeze.
Just trying to get rid of the pain.
Same thing, really.
If I add more pain, the pain will make it. It will get less and less painful. It's the weirdest
Hey,
thing.
if you break your leg, then you won't worry about the pain in your head.
Yeah, broken leg. I'll break your finger, and you'll forget about the pain in your leg.
Exactly.
It's all about divide and conquer.
Divide and break.
Divide and stab.
Divide the locations where it hurt, and conquer the pain.
You won't worry about your broken jaw if I stab you in the chest to help.
Exactly.
Yeah, just to relieve the pressure in your lungs.
You won't worry about the stab wound if I just fucking slit your neck.
Yeah.
See, I told you. You're just trying to kill him. You admitted it to yourself, you motherfucker.
Okay.
Also, your debts are your own. Good luck.
You two are just standing in front of Niobe debating. But yeah, there is a diplomatic branch with big quotation marks around it.
Actually, there are two diplomatic branches. There's the sword, and there's Lucy, which is a dagger.
And now there's a gun.
Like I said, there's a sword and there's a dagger. Two branches.
Yeah. Depends what kind of diplomacy you're going into. It could be translation or it could be actual diplomatic relations, which is what Lucy
Or
does.
espionage.
Or espionage, which is both, really.
It's an interesting and exciting time. And yep, we do have people who handle diplomacy. I'm sure they'll be happy to work with you and figure out how to best talk our way out of horrible situations. Or talk our way into lucrative ones.
Oh, well, both of those options do sound enticing.
Alright then, well, we make the oath later, but for now, welcome to Steelblood.
Well, now that
Perhaps
that's
one day you'll live up to the name.
Niobe's just like smiling a little. Now that that's sorted, I will bid you gentlemen a good night. I have no variants to kill. And just heads out with a couple of the soldiers there following her. Welcome to the party. It's not the first player that's been suckered in through a debt. And it's the other diplomat. They're both two of the diplomats have been suckered in through a debt. One was for a dagger, one's for a 750 gold piece of armor.
A dagger that I never bought or have anyway.
Yeah, pretty
Also,
much.
Your debt is your own, and your wage is about 5 silvers a week. Good luck.
Not bad for now. It's more than that's pretty good though. For now.
It's alright. If you come along on the main team expedition,
You get more.
the split.
You get the
Essentially,
cash.
officers get better pay,
Hmm.
even when they're not officers.
True. He just has to figure out a way to earn his officer spot.
Right. You guys are heading into town though. To have a look.
I'm gonna head into town as well.
Okay.
Have a look at how the city is fortified and barricaded.
Okay. So you're going on basically an expedition to Check defenses. Okay.
Fence survey.
That's the best way I could say it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be doing the same thing, like checking the perimeter, trying to get a view of the enemy forces.
Okay.
How they're split up and set up.
Okay.
Send out your scouts too.
Well, your main one's fucking unconscious on the table. But there's others. Yeah. Okay.
Alright, we probably need him up now.
So
Yep, Spitz will just move over to the unconscious scout, bust out a flask, and just pour some down his throat.
yeah,
Alright, we need you up.
just
Oh, motherfucker.
I
Oh,
didn't.
15, that's pretty good.
I had to go
That's
bail.
very good.
Mr. Spitfire. I'm sorry, I must have fallen asleep. I got brain freeze
Alright,
now.
good news. Flask die does not decrease. Alright, we're good.
You need me for something, Mr. Spitfire?
Yep, time to do a bit of scouting and help us get a better idea of what the hell's going on.
So you're wanting me to analyze the fences,
Yes.
right? Okay. Well, if you need any translators, you know where to find me. I'll be along the walls. Stands up. I press my tongue against the roof of my mouth. It still doesn't help. I'll be back
Good
soon.
fight, by the Yeah, good fight, by the way.
Yes. The concussion was worth it. Just heads out, pulls up his bow and his sword, and just heads out. Nice to meet you, Master Dwarf. Welcome to the. Welcome to the team. Heads out, like stumbling.
Is he going to be alright?
Shut at the back. Heads out. And a couple of other people like, fuck, he's the Barbarian. Shit. But no one else.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Yeah, he'll be fine. The potion should do most of the work, but he did get hit really hard.
Okay. So,
Some don't handle as well as others do.
Henry, you're heading into the tavern where the temple is. And as soon as you walk in, you see Gertie just staring you down.
Come to finally worship me, have you?
Back for more, Mr. Dalvis?
Alright, now calm down, Gertie. I come here as a man of God. Alright? You keep your basement out of it. I'm here for the upper floor.
Okay. But there's a bit of a problem up there. But I'm sure you can settle it for me. I didn't want to have to get the key. Your two friends, the strange-looking one and the very tall one. It's got a mane on him that I could grip and rip away. But they're upstairs in the temporary shrine. I had to evict them from the floor for, and he just points around the tavern. There are mountains of empty flagons everywhere. They've
Drinking contest.
been busy.
Right. Alright, I'll do something about it. And I'll head upstairs.
Okay, you head upstairs, and the tavern was quite quiet. And as you get up to towards the third floor, you start hear like rumbling, raucous laughter, and something just kind of like bursting. And it's like a hatch in the ceiling, and you see like flashes of almost starlight just firing off. And as you unlock it, it just comes down, a ladder unfolds, and you just hear, "Oh, do it again! Come on!" And then just laughing as you head on up. There's a couple people that are just sort of like sitting by with their prayer books, ignoring what's happening. But as you pop your head up, you just see Bankin and Cyrus fucking around on a table that's just been put up there, and they're just hitting each other on the face, holding a drink in the other hand, trying not to spill it. And that's what they're up to. And they're
Oi,
just
both of
laughing.
you, get down from there right now. This is a place of God temporarily.
Bankin turns around. And, Dallas, come for a drink. Yeah, me and your friend here, we've been talking a long time, and right. Well, Zara Sura. He speaks real funny, but fuck me, he's funny. And they both start laughing. I don't know what you said. It was great. Yeah.
Wait. You do know that the city's under siege, right?
Yeah?
Alright, well, we got permission to help, so you might want to start sobering up.
Nah, it was better fighting drunk or fighting sober. And the right weird guy. It. Alright, he's being a buzzkill. Let's go. Come on. They just both
We'll get the coffee on the way out.
and
Have
they
some
go
water.
and they just hand you their drinks, and it is the foulest smelling alcohol. It's like they've mixed everything into it. Like, you have it. It might cheer you up for a change. And Cyrus does the same. That Dvorana told him. And they, instead of going down the ladder like normal people, they just drop. Alright.
I just kind of like look at both mugs and then just peek over the edge.
Bankin is just
alive.
on the ground. Cyrus has landed on top, shaking him. Then it's what a.
You'd be
And Bankin just goes, I still got my legs back. Oh god. Stands back up, and they both just start running drunkenly away, laughing like children.
just fucking shake my head and I set the mugs down somewhere out of the way.
You know Henry would join if he wasn't about to do something religious.
Absolute 100%. He's so mad that he came here specifically to do sermons.
Yeah, the people reading their books just look at you and just. Another one?
No, I'm not here to be a mess like that. I'm a paladin, a helm. Figured I might come here and read a couple sermons if people were wanting that.
Some of them just sort of look amongst each other. And you can see the backs of their books aren't symbols of Helm or Aurelian or the Iron Lord or anything like that. They just sort of close their books. They all stand up and they start heading to the ladder. All that remains is one person sitting very attentively, almost like a child's wonder, just sitting, looking at you. Let's figure out what race they are. Let's go. Ooh.
Another Kenku.
No. It is.
Swear to God, we're gonna
Okay.
end in Humblewood.
It is a very icy blue skinned tiefling with almost horns that look crystalline at the tips. Just sitting attentively.
Would you like me to read a sermon?
Just gestures to you.
I'll walk over and pull out my book of prayers for Helm. and I guess I'll look specifically. I don't know how is the Book of Prayer set up.
What do you mean? How is it set up?
I mean, like, is it Bible-esque, as in it's a collection of stories that are meant to have like a meaning behind them, or
Some
is
of
it
them
like,
are. Basically, the book, it's maybe about maybe 1,000 pages thick. It's quite a thick book, and it's got notches inside of the book face where you can just flick it and open it. Some of them are recollections of stories. Some of them are like the Tale of the Four Lords. Some explain like how to be a good person, how to do your deed of protection, stuff like that. So there's a whole host of stuff. Just take every religion that looks to like do good in the world, which is most of them,
okay?
and just stick them together. And it gives you all the practices and holidays and vacations you can take, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, I'll pick out a story of Helm facing adversity but holding out
Okay,
and uh and being victorious in the end, and I'll uh start doing a sermon with that.
sure. Uh, okay. The other tiefling takes out their book that looks slightly different to yours. It's bumpy. And they sort of seem to just be feeling it and then open it, and it's bumpy on the pages.
Oh, that's neat.
Uh, you, you can proceed, uh, sir.
All right.
Uh,
Henry will, be surprised a little bit at it, and he won't bring it up, and he'll continue with the story.
Yeah, you do it, and they're just tracing their finger along the bumpy pages, following along. At the end, give me a performance check at advantage, because it is religiously based. It goes really well. Your single attendee is more than happy to stick around for more.
Yeah, I mean that's what Henry's going to be doing until Coronar comes back and lets him know that it's time. He'll be there for anyone that shows up. Uh, he'll try. He has some of the books on some of the other lords, and like I said, like the religion is of the four lords. So if somebody comes and asks for one of the other lords, he'll try
Okay.
uh, to do it as well.
Okay.
But is there also in this um, makeshift like shrine? Is there a donation area?
There is. It's basically this large, almost vase with a coin slot on the top. It's fully sealed, and it has a symbol of it's called the Gagarin crown, which is the shape that you see on the emoticons on our channel. Like the weird jagged crown shape that's on it. Like that's a Gagarin crown. There's that symbol on it.
And while I'm there, before I leave, I will put in 30 gold.
The the only person there, the blind tiefling, just sort of stands up, closing their book, and takes out a long quarterstaff and just starts to prod around and walk towards the jar. He hears it and rattles, and just starts fishing for some coins and puts them in. There's not a lot of coins. They're kind of like rusty copper coins, and just sort of slots them in. Sort of like blindly looks around with her head and just sort of nods. Thank you for your sermon, and just starts trotting around for the the ladder, and just turns around and starts slowly going down the stairs or down the ladder.
After she thanks me, I'll say back. Thank you for staying to hear it out and for your kind generosity. Helm's light bless you upon this day, and the four lords take care of you.
May the adamant Lord bring you fortunes. And just walks away.
All right. And until people show up, Henry will read his prayer book and wait on standby.
Yeah. Wow, Henry unfazed by one person that worships the adamant Lord.
I mean, it's a surprise, but he has seen he did come across the shrine, which he suspects is an adamant lord shrine there. So he's kind of prepped for it a little bit. It is weird, but he's also not about to shake down this blind person. Be like, you wait, you worship the adamant lord? He's just kind of there focusing on his job right now and trying to do the best that he can. He's never really done sermony stuff before. He's learned how to do it
Uh-huh.
because of his background, but
Okay.
this is his first official doing it since Helm has officially made him a paladin.
Okay. So, Coronar, you're having a look around the external perimeter.
That's correct.
Grenadil will meet up with you, teetering a little bit, but recovering from the healing flask that he's been given a dose of, and helps you out.
All right. What do we see?
Give me a perception check at advantage.
Perception. There we go.
Okay.
12.
There's not a lot along the sort of east and west sort of walls, nor to the north where you came from, but to the south. You see, in just maybe a couple of 100 feet away, are these large siege towers rolling across with trebuchets and ballistae and catapults firing these flaming spheres into the structures around you. You can count maybe. Actually, you know what? I'll just take you to the map, which I have already graciously wrapped. You see about this? Quite a large amount. You find the first legion, which is 5 centuria, sitting
That's a
around.
lot.
It is a lot. Is it centurion or is it 5 contubernia? Sorry, it's a century. It's the first century, or centurion, which is 5 contubernia. You see archers with large siege bows firing flaming arrows over to try and hit and burn some thatched roofs. You see the siege masters constantly toiling away, trying to pull back the tension on the ropes to fire off new rounds. And just between the 2 siege towers that are rolling in, you see a very heavily clad individual on top of a pretty strange looking horse, holding aloft a large banner with a spear tip at the end. To their side, you see 2 other individuals, less armored, similar to the Centurion leaders that you have defeated and captured. But the one in the middle was completely different. But you have a Novarian with you who can tell you exactly what they are.
Alright, I'll ask Ethan, pointing at them. What is that one doing?
That That is that's the Legionnaire. That's who commands all of this, and then more, probably behind his reinforcements. They're riding on a horse, holding a banner. That could be, as I look at my list of names, Google Docs, blah, 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 blah. Can't spell today.
Shit. I know what I should have asked her. I fucking didn't think of it.
No.
I'm blind.
Yoshi, remind me later.
You're already starting off on the wrong foot there.
Listen. Remind me later to ask Naomi. Is it Naomi or is it
Niobe. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, Niobe.
like that.
To remind me to ask Niobe if her smith person makes horse armor.
Don't you need a shield?
No, I have a shield.
Oh.
My curiosity that I have is my shield.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually like
See
fully
if we
set
can-
right now. I'm good.
Going to roll a history check for Threnadil. Okay, yeah, you'll kind of know who this person is. That there is the one they call the Dragon. Her name is Marsa. She is a legionnaire. One of the weaker legionnaires, anyway, of their commanding units. Rides atop a resin silverback warhorse. Very renowned for her ability to simply walk through fire like it was nothing, despite the fact that she is human. I don't know much about her tactics nor her mannerisms. All I know is she has maybe lost a handful of battles before, out of the probably countless amounts that she has done over the Empire's lifespan, recent lifespan. She helped conquer the Fossal archipelago as far as I remember. But other than that, I got nothing. Be wary of her. If you're going to fight these people, you need to try and distract the others and focus on her as fast as you can. If she gets the advantage, that's it. Maybe attack her from distance. If you have people that can, I don't know, well, I can shoot a bow, but I don't think I can pierce that armor. But
Well,
maybe.
if you can't pierce her armor, then we're shit out a lot.
Well, I don't know. Spells? Do any of you know spells? I mean, I know spells, but not enough. More like
I'm a
support.
blacksmith. What do I look like? A wizard?
I am a scout. I'm not a wizard either.
Have those.
I can make her have a small headache now and then, but that's about it. Your Mr. Dalvis could take care of it, I guess, if he got close enough to knock her off her horse. Mind you, he does have a horse. You know what? I paid to see that,
Look
actually.
at the amount of people you'd have to horse through.
I mean,
Where's that moon wizard?
what the one that doesn't speak normally?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, I have no idea.
Thinks he's always better than everyone.
I don't know. But
Maybe he could knock some senses into. I mean, knock her out of her senses.
we could see. What about your the new friend, the new one? Won't he be of any use? I know he's just a dwarf with a very strange accent to me. I've never been to King's Vale before. But
No, he's a recruit. I haven't seen any of his combat prowess yet.
we we need to find some spell slingers. I can investigate and see if I can find anyone that might be able to do it. I did speak to. Hold on. I have a friend, an old friend, someone I've not spoken to in a long time. If I can get a hold of them,
able to get here?
they're pretty strong, and if we manage to acquire their services, the ballistae that are on the walls here might be able to knock out some of the siege weaponry and some of the larger, dangerous troops. If I can get a hold of them.
That would make a big difference.
Yes, as far as I remember, Mr. The Lord that basically pays us is sending someone to help us as well. So I've heard from some mutterings. But this survey, it's done. I need to go and try and contact this person if we have any chance of surviving. But I will say this was nice to spend time with you, Captain. I will leave you to continue your wander. I will report back to the others and give them their rundown and try my best to translate what I've seen. So I will see you. And just bolts off into the evening.
Moo.
Yes.
While I'm here on these walls, how does the power balance in the troops on their side and our side look?
The forces that are there currently slowly cutting down the others who are dying every couple of often. They just seem to just instantly take over each other's place and just stand over as another body's dragged away. The archers along the wall are really good at hitting things. The archers that are on the Novarian side, they're trying to hit, and they occasionally get them. The ground forces, there are a lot of levies, there are a lot of contubernia, and there are centurions just galore. But the power balance, you haven't seen Niobe's full forces yet, but she might stand a chance. There's a very slim chance it could be a very Pyrrhic victory, a huge ton, a lot of losses on her side, and potentially yours. But you might be able to do it with just a lot of trickery to be done to try and circumnavigate and horns of the Zulu these people, because you've got the two other gates that you can go out of that are kind of undefended by Novarians, so you could probably breach out and come around from your exploration. But other than that, if you went head on, you wouldn't make it.
Alright, bad in a head-on fight. What if we were to place our rangers on the walls to kill their ranged units? Is that looking feasible?
I mean, you're
Reduce
seeing...
pressure on our archers so that our archers can just massacre them?
I mean, the archers that are there, the Riverwatch Scorpions, as they're dubbed, are pretty good at taking out their archers, but they seem to just also be replacing each other every so often just to keep the forces going. Because no matter what you see happen, just someone walks out of that siege tower and runs into the fray again. So there's a lot of forces in those towers just ready to jump over the walls. So the faster those towers are taken out, you're probably in a better chance.
Alright. Okay. And then bring in the engines to the walls right now.
Yeah, you've got maybe they're really slow, so you've maybe got a couple of hours before they reach the walls. And Niobe's already heading out with her forces to start. And you can hear them marching. And you see a huge row of military ready to just go. Some of them terrified, some of them not at all phased.
And Naomi is only gonna go for frontal.
She's going to do her best to cause mayhem. That is her idea, whilst you guys manage to take out smaller, isolated forces. She's going to barge in, flood around the main unit, and attack on the corners, and leave the stragglers, like the archers and the siege masters, to you guys, and the main forces that are basically you guys as players fighting. The three. That's it.
Alright. I'll bring that plan and go back to the barracks to talk with Lucy Spitz and
Okay.
Henry about what we're gonna aim for.
Okay, so that brings me to
Before
Spitz
we do that,
and Rono.
Yep, I'm gonna roll some hit dice real fast because
Yeah.
I think I had enough time for a break.
You've had plenty of time. You've had a meal. It's a decent meal as well, so you've got enough time to substantially heal yourself. You've probably been seen to by some medics that are in the barracks as well, just to patch you up. So yeah, you'll get away with it. I would suggest Lucy roll some hit dice as well, just in case. But yeah. Actually, no, Lucy didn't lose a lot of HP. Just got 4 knocked off and got knocked unconscious.
Yeah.
The great thing about grapplers, hit
Yeah.
points mean jack shit if you can knock them out faster than they can kill you.
My thing is this: I can actually do something similar once I gain a few more levels, because I basically get a knockout punch.
Yeah.
Once you're weak enough, it don't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just Niobe. That's just her signature move. It's great. Yeah.
It's clear I need to upgrade my signature move.
Yeah. Her nickname is The Crusher, hence why their signature is called The Crusher. The Crusher. Yeah, what are Spitz and I'm sorry, I keep forgetting your character's name. I feel so bad. Rono. Roanoke. I'll remember it like that. It's the best way to associate.
Rauno?
Roanoke. So Rono. What are you two up to in your trips about town?
Up and get a layout for the town and see if there's anything that catches my interest. Does anything catch my eye as I travel, as I trips about through the town under siege?
Just, roll a perception check. Okay. There's a few things that sort of catch your eye. You spot a store that looks pretty mundane from the front, but as you're walking past it, the facade of it seems to just keep following you, so it keeps tilting as you walk by, as if it's always wanting to be in front of you, trying to attract you, like an illusion. Like the eyes would always follow you in a painting. Similar to that. It's no sign on top of it, just a simple wooden door, no windows.
I'll stop and look at him, Rona. Is it me or is it that shop? Oh, that's...
He looks at it. It's a bit strange, isn't it?
Well, ain't got much else to do. You want to check it out?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't want to get lost. Better go with you.
Alright, I'll go in first. Spitz will go in the front door. Let's do this.
Sure, I'm just writing out. This was the Legionnaire, his name, Marsa Divinici. Sure, you walk in, and the place is quite dark. You can't quite see properly outside your dark vision. It's kind of just the greys and the hues of grey. and then just all the lights turn on, and these strange green flames light up these lanterns. And you just see a desk, just a single desk. Nothing on the walls, nothing on the floor, just a desk and a wall behind it with nothing on it, and a single wooden door with a ring handle.
Oh, that ain't hot mess at all. Spitz will walk over to the desk. You said it's like a little ring handle.
There's a ring handle on the wall behind the desk. There's a bell on the desk, very small one. It's got like a little press to ring thing. Doesn't say push ring for attention. It's just a bell. Ba, ba, ba.
Let's pull it. Ding ding.
Okay. Ba, ba. You hear a whoosh, like flame erupting, and you feel a heat wave sort of coming through the cracks in the door. And the door handle twists and opens. And as the door opens, the walls fill with shelving and fantastic fabrics, suits of armor gilded to the gods, weapons unlike anything you've ever seen. The room fills with light and smells of very fine perfumes as the desk gilds itself in marble and gold and a large silk sort of topping, as out from it emerges a tailor with very fine adornments of earrings and chains and a very fine silk robe. I cannot remember for the life of me the race of this person, so give me a moment. It is under.
This is your moment.
Yeah, where are you? It's a really old thing. No, not that one. That's another person this could be. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. It's probably listed as untitled because I'm an idiot and never really list these things normally. No, it's not under there. It's not under there. Is it you? No, it isn't you. Oh no. Shit.
Probably not important.
It is kind of important. I can't remember for the life of me this person's race. However, he was players, that obviously apart from Alex. This is Tybo Brim.
Apple Brim was a tiefling.
Yes, that's what
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I was like, I'm sure he
I
was
was
like a.
what the fuck, wasn't he tiefling?
I thought he was an elf for some reason. No, it's another tailor. It's an elf. Ignore me. I'm just an idiot. It was so long ago. I haven't thought of Tybal for a long time. But yeah, it is Tybal
What's he
Brim.
doing here?
Yes.
Greetings and welcome to the Golden Thread. Well, a branch of the Golden Thread. I am Tybal Brim, master, tailor, armorer, and weaponsmith. And enchanter, of course. How can I serve you today?
Oh, there's quite a lot of
Alright,
titles you have there.
It comes with the territory that I am in. After all, you don't become the most famous tailor in all of the city of Brass for no reason. So what can I do for you gentlemen today? Come to browse my wares. Come for a fitting, perhaps.
I guess browsing's a good start. Wait, so you make clothes?
I make clothes fit for the gods. What can I do for you?
I could always use a new outfit. What you got in Jerkins?
Please, sir.
I want something like a dark brown or like. Oh, sorry.
No, no. No, no, no. No, sir. We do not deal in mundane here. I can see you wearing, and just sort of walks over to you elegantly and sort of sizes you up. You're a rough one, yes, but the leather will not suit. Perhaps, and just sort of like, seems to just be like eyeing you and just sort of almost glossing over your entire physique. Would you say that you get yourself into a lot of trouble whilst wearing clothes?
That sounds about right. In fact, I reckon I'm going to be in trouble in a couple hours.
Very well. It will be a fine thing to wear if you ever pass away in this terrible war that you are having. Be fine to bury you, if needs be. No pun
Well, I
intended.
prefer plan for success rather than death. So, seeing as how you brought this up, that mean you got something that could help me out in that case?
I do charge a fee, of course, for the more powerful enchantments I can do, but something that will help you in battle or keep you alive a little longer. I can do, of course. What is your budget? So that I might select the right fabrics that might entrance you.
Let me just check Spitz's bank account real quick.
All
Alright,
right.
take checks.
I deal in solid coin, sadly. However, you are a first-time customer, and I have recently acquired some new clientele that have paid me more than they should have. So, I will let you have it as a token of my appreciation and hope that you return in future. Anywhere you find my storefront and the bell inside, you ring and I will come to you. So,
Alright.
what will it be?
I'd say I'd like something that, something that would keep me alive in that case. I got plenty of faith in my skills to put people down. But there's only so much I can do about magics, arrows, and stuff like that. So something that keeps my insides inside would be nice. But I ain't exactly the type for wearing any kind of armor. Well, outside of ladder stuff, I guess.
Very well.
So don't deck me up in like full plate or nothing. I will not be able to wear that shit.
How dare you call my wares shit, sir?
I apologize. I didn't mean it that way.
How dare you?
And
What I meant was I don't wear that much metal. And
I-
I'm very sorry. For
I
that.
understand. It is fine. And for the terribly armored individual next to you, can I be of service?
I'm already in quite high debt. I'm
No, no, no.
afraid.
No, no. This is not a debt. Think of it as an incentive to return to my wonderful store. And perhaps you will visit a true one in the city of Brass if you ever decide to come to me. So,
Sure. How is the war over there?
there is no war in the city of Brass, besides a few diplomatic problems between the ancient Phoenix and our Sultan. But what can you do? It is a great man versus an ancient being. So, who knows? But I once lived amongst your people as well. I simply moved before the war started. I don't know what year it is, this place, so I don't know how long I've been away.
Oh, sounds wonderful. I mean, I'd love to visit.
Oh, it's as if of course, you can afford the fee to get through the gates. So I would start saving. And then save some more if you want to come to me for the better stuff. It was not cheap to get in. Ugh. The tax rate is terrible. The rent, even higher. It's ridiculous. No one really lives there. But what can I do for you? You look like a man that likes the finer things in life. Perhaps a fine silk robe. Perhaps I can fix that disgusting armor that someone has put on your body. It's not even adjusted properly. It's a disgrace.
Oh yeah, it would be very nice if you could at least make it the same shade of color. The bare minimum, at least.
So be it. And just snaps his fingers, and the armor's threads just undo, and the armor comes off. Simple as be. And just sort of snaps his fingers, and two assistants come out, almost spectral, fiery figures that just pick up the armor and take it away behind the door. Perhaps you would like to look over some textiles as well, and just unravels this almost seemingly impossibly long sort of roll of fabric that seems to change color every maybe couple of inches. So you're looking at maybe that much, and then it just changes like a rainbow. Joseph, Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Yeah, Spence is looking at this wide-eyed. Alright, this is alright, that's actually pretty cool. Very pretty. Changes colors too.
And perhaps I might sort out your boots as well. They're a bit dirty. I'll fix them.
Oh, this is wonderful.
But to peruse the textiles, I have some metal samples as well, and just heaves some metals and spreads them out like a croupier, just a fine glide of the hand. We start from iron all the way up to odyssenite, the rarest metal I can find.
Ooh.
I take it in this case, rare also means expensive.
Odyssenite goes for about 100,000 golden ingots, so yes, it is quite expensive. However, that is pocket change to me. In some cases.
I'll take the lot.
Oh, that does remind me of something.
Yes.
Well, my boss, and I guess a friend, and I guess in a way a friend, he's a smith, likes to make weapons out of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'd say he's alright, but he ain't, top of the line quite yet. Got something that he could work with now.
And your boss, is he a... What sort of smith is he? Is he an armor or weaponsmith? Both? Arcane enchanter?
He's a weaponsmith.
I can find something he can work with. However, you'll need to bring him to me so that I might charge him appropriately.
I'll be sure to do that then, and take a trip by over Blackwood and Sons. But I'll deal with that later.
You know the Blackwoods. Wonderful. They are good people. Well, some of them. One of them is black-hearted and backstabbing. But I won't say which one. They might catch me. But do pick from the selection in front of you. I will return shortly. I have to go and deal with dismantling this fine gentleman's armor. Please, take a peek. And just walks to the door, and you hear as he disappears, leaving you with a roll of common fabric to really decadent stuff, and simple metal to expensive metal. They're all listed, all labeled, so it tells you what it is.
Alright. Okay, I have a bit of criteria here. Spitz will, Spitz is a practical sort in the end. We'll go for a fabric that is, well, durable and preferably easy to clean.
Okay, there's a few tags there. The one that you're kind of looking for has a description on it. kind of not in writing that you're kind of used to. It's kind of like a very finely calligraphed writing. But from what little reading you can discern, it is a house blended fiber. Does not tell you what's in it, but all it says at the bottom, the finest endurability. That's all it says. And it's about the fourth one down. So it's a little bit more pricey, but not like what's the one on the end is Celestial Silk. This is the one on the end, which is like glowing, like this golden light.
Yeah, Spitz immediately will turn away from the
Just like
thread.
just snip that thing off and take it away, and they'll never know. Just teleport straight to. I will have it back, please.
I mean, granted, Spitz isn't above stealing, but Spitz also isn't stupid.
Yeah.
He's fairly sure the seeing out of that man is okay with like 100k plus golden ingots lying around with strangers. Spitz is betting he's either very rich and connected, very powerful, or both. See, you don't make it to adulthood in Amnir without having a little bit of sense, knowing who you can and can't piss off.
Yeah.
Spitz is going to firmly put Tybal Brim in the latter category until he has reason to believe he's in the former.
Okay. So you pick. I'm assuming you're going to take the house blended fabric.
Yep, house blend fabric.
Okay. And what would Rono want out of the metal? You go from sort of cold pressed iron all the way through to like adamantine, relentite, which is a stronger version of adamantine, and then adisonite. So it goes up and up and up in price. Some of it is kind of warm to the touch, some's cold, some seems to release some sort of strange fluid onto your fingers as you brush across it, but there's plenty there to choose from.
Spitz will probably go for Spitz. I imagine Spitz knows, or at least has an idea of how actually has Spitz heard of adamantine before?
He will have heard of it, he will have never seen it. Not in that sheet of metal, it's about that big. It looks like the size of a decent piece of paper. You've never seen it before. All of it's listed though. Because you can see adamantine's quite a dark, sort of almost deep purple, and then relentite's a slightly brighter purple, and then odysonite's is almost like an opal color, like it's got that marbling through it. Other than that, never seen it before, but now you have.
Yeah, Spitz will he'll try lifting it up and looking at it.
Which one? The adamantine?
Adamantine, yeah.
It's quite heavy.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it's like if you had a tungsten cube, it's kind of that heavy. It's kind of like suspiciously heavy.
Oh, Spitz has heard of adamantine. He's heard of Odysseanite, but is not willing to let's put this. He does not know what relentine really is.
No, not a lot of people
and
do.
Odysseanite is worth hundreds of thousands of gold.
Yeah.
And Spitz, when it comes to like getting gifts, it's better to lean on the cheaper side. Be polite and all that.
Yeah.
So it'll just pick up the adamantine sheet.
Okay. And you place it over your fabric. What's Rona wanting in terms of your fabrics and your metal? A huge choice.
He's all over the fabrics.
Yeah.
I mean, he's completely enamored and confused at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So, I can just take the most expensive and just get it?
Didn't say there's a limit.
Why would you settle on anything less? I don't. There has to be a trick to it, right?
Perhaps there is, perhaps there isn't. Either way, when it comes to these kind of things, when someone's offering you lots of stuff, generally speaking, I find that it's best not to go too hard with them. Because taking somebody for all they're worth can be a bit dangerous at times. Like, if you're at a, like Rudrick was kind of like this. He would leave out all the expensive shit for the boys sometimes. But if you were smart, you would not touch the best bottle. Leave that for him.
On the other hand, I mean, I might as well die looking fabulous, you know?
I'd rather be alive and ugly than dead and fabulous, but I guess if I ain't got a choice in the matter, you're right.
No, of course, I prefer to keep my own head.
But yeah, I guess there's no real loss in trying or asking, so go ahead.
Okay.
I'm just thinking that, with like the really expensive metal, well, the boss is, he's a good smith, but, you know, he ain't exactly, his last name ain't Codrain or nothing like that.
Good callback.
I'm not sure he could work that. I'm not sure he could work all that expensive metal.
Yeah, but he's working it, the gentleman, right now.
So, what are you going to go for? You just want to go with the most expensive and see what happens. That's what you want to do.
Pretty much.
Okay. Yeah. A few moments pass as you just say, okay, that's it. You just hear the whoop, and the door open up, and out comes Tybal Brim in a completely different outfit, and a completely different hairstyle, longer beard, very finely waxed and curled mustache, horns adorned with gem encrusted jewels and fine metals. So, have you selected?
Yep. Smith will
Good.
hold up the house blend and the adamantine sheet.
Okay, so house blend, adamantine linings. Very well, I will do that. And for the dwarven gentleman.
Yeah, the house's finest. They would fit good, yes? And it's just no strings attached?
There are always strings attached. I did ask you that you return to me in future. That is my only condition. However, you go to the most expensive. I need to require the funds back at some point in the future. So your next thing you take from me will be more expensive, to the equivalent value of what you take now. It is the best way to do it. It is business. However, I can make you a compromise, as I always do. I will give you slightly less material, as in a lower grade of fabric, not as fine as the best stuff, and a slightly lower grade of metal, perhaps an adamantine, or perhaps maybe a taurine metal, but I will give you a little something extra, as a gift, on top of a gift.
Oh, two gifts in one should be better than one gift.
Yes, indeed. So, I shall be back, gentlemen, and just rolls up the fabric, slides all the metals back into a sheet, and they just disappear. Now, hold but a moment. I shall go and retrieve your finest attires, and disappears into the back. You hear the whoop. And you wait. And you wait. It feels like a good 20 minutes or so. You hear the woof. And out comes these strange ethereal flame-like beings holding these large chests and just set them down, and Tybal walks out. Thank and a completely different outfit again. An even longer mustache, still beautifully trimmed, and a longer goatee that points. The horns are no longer adorned, but the ears are full of gems and earrings and very fine chains. Very stark blue and gold robes. Slightly greying hair now. He sort of looks at you. Oh, right.
But he still looks better than all of us, right?
It always.
Yep.
And just allow me. And just clicks a lock and opens it up. Takes the chest down. And just takes out this almost half robe. Similar to what he's currently wearing, but no like trailing sort of skirt around it. And just goes over to you, Spitz, and just sort of allow me and hold out your arms.
He does so.
Yeah. Throws it on, and the belt needs to come off, and just takes your belt away from you. And you just hold your pants like, ah. Right, and I'm going to do this, and sort of tucks it in so it's kind of baggy at the bottom, and it's kind of a weirdly heavy piece of fabric, but it's thin. It's like, almost like fine fabric, but it's super heavy. For fabric, anyway. And gives you a new belt, just throws it around, clicks it down. Just, right. And, oh, the necklace is throwing off the style a little bit. And if I add a little, just fishes around in a pocket. Now a little one of these, and clips on a very beautifully arrow-shaped, like an arrow point shaped gemstone. You don't know what it is. It's very different to what anything you've ever seen. It's not a diamond, it's not a ruby, anything like that. But it seems to hum a little bit, and then it stops. Picture perfect. Like a portrait out of the galleries. Very fine. And for the
Does
dwarf.
he have a mirror?
Yeah, and he just goes, mirror. Of course, fishes into a sort of satchel and just pulls out a long mirror.
Yes, Spitz will take me to check himself out.
Yeah.
I'll flex in the mirror.
Yeah. But you've kind of got like this, like a jerkin, but no like connecting parts. Like an open jerkin that sort of flows over and curls around the back and connects. Very fine colored fabrics that he's made like this sort of it's kind of got this dark purplish fiber through it with silver trims and almost it's got the shape of a like a large bear claw mark along it that's been embroidered and it looks good. The new belt complements it. The gem definitely does add to the look. Tybal has good taste.
Yep, Spitz has a wide grin on his face.
He likes
I
it.
don't think I've ever looked this good in my life.
But I can make you look fabulous every time. You know where to find me. Just ring the bell. And for the dwarven gentleman, unlocks
Oh,
and
yes.
removes what appears to just be a set of armor with a sort of half cape draped over it. It looks like the same piece of armor, but the metal is perfectly uniform. No dents, no scratches. It's polished. It's got small dwarvish runes written across it. It's very aesthetic, based around dwarvish heritage, but there's got some other aspects of maybe your attires. And it's got a similar like teal blue half cape buttoned down onto the underneath the pauldron with large adamantine sort of clips that are finely carved into arrowhead shapes that click in. The armor is padded with very fine cashmere wool, and the metal itself is sort of strange material. Seems to be a mix between steel and maybe a very distinct form of adamantine, like an alloy, and just adorns it to you and just slowly scraps it. The leather's softer, it's not hard and crunchy like the old one was, and it's very comfortable. It's quite heavy, but you can maneuver in it quite well. And you've got a little, whatever the hell the neck thing's called, that sticks out slightly just to protect your face from just. I can't remember what it's called. The big neck guard thing it pokes out. I can't remember the name of it, but you've got that.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, a gorget. A gorget. Yeah, it's one of those, and it's finely crafted.
Oh,
How does he
it
suit the
is-
jinx? And the gift I have given you, the command word is. I'll write it down. I don't want to spend time doing it again. And writes down a word on a piece of paper, or on vellum paper, and just slides it over to you in very fine handwriting. And it's what is his common command word? It's and is it that? No, I've got a list of his command words that he usually puts on things like, a starting password, and you get to reset it. It's one of those, and it's is it armor? You know what? I'm gonna roll it. It's only a D12. 5. That is your command word. Gallery. He has some really weird ones. I was like, maybe I hope I don't roll that. But gallery is number 5 on that list. So there.
Table Bread. Forever by Taylor.
Dude, I love him. Best Taylor.
Yeah.
Yep, that Taylor has taken away more of my gold in Campaign 2 than any other merchant or endeavor.
Hell yeah.
Dude,
He'll
took
be in
away
every
my
campaign
gold
because he's always going to
game
be there.
1 too.
Okay.
Tell you, Mill, this is gonna happen. He's gonna be the Taylor for the Incel Necromancer. Will be the Taylor for my Gestalt character.
Ah, you know it. Oh, you'll need Tybal for that campaign, for the Gestalt one. Yeah. Spits. There is an enchantment on your clothes. It is sewn into the metal plates that are hidden within the fabrics. You have +1 AC whilst you are unarmored whilst wearing these attires.
Yes.
Hell
I haven't made a name for them, so I'm going to whip one up. He always gives something a name, and I need to figure out what to call it. It's adamantine thread with house blend through it to comfort you. Fuck yeah. That's what it's called.
Yes.
Yeah, +1 AC.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And Rono, your command word will automatically don or doff your armor as an action instead of taking 10 minutes.
Oh, that is so handy.
Yeah, sadly you can't get rid of the disadvantage on stealth because that costs a bit. But yeah. To reset it, you just say the word backwards and it'll allow you to say the next word that you say will become your command word for it. So it will be Iralag will be the reset word. Obviously, I'm no longer attached to it. It is yours. Now,
Yeah.
to spread the word of my fine works. And do, feel free to return to me. I'm everywhere and nowhere. It has been a pleasure, gentlemen. And a long year indeed. Do enjoy yourself.
Yeah, yes, that's well, head out and he'll look to Rhino and he'll say, are all tailors like that? If they are, I should respect the profession a lot more.
No, not the ones I've had dealings with. What a wonderful, strange man.
I think I've got an image of Tybalt Brim. Not because he takes different forms whenever he's around certain people. He's tiefling typically in the plane of fire. Where? Star Brim, there you are. This is the form that he took whilst dealing with you guys. Originally. It's the human form that he can adopt as needs be.
Rook, it's because of our fine taste, man. Tybal's always our characters' tailors, and we always know exactly where we're going to get tea. You know?
Yeah, pretty much.
As you finish wearing and sort of feeling out this fabulous new attire of yours that outclasses anything that Lucy's ever worn, you head back to the barracks, I'm assuming?
Yep.
Okay. On the way, you will encounter Threnadil, who is running back as fast as possible, stops for a second, looks you down, and goes, I'd pay for that, and just runs as fast as possible, disappearing into the barracks. You'll see Henry returning as Coronar catches up eventually. Lucy, I have no idea where they are.
Well, look at you two. Looking right fine.
Yeah, but I think we just met the greatest tailor in the world.
I'll have to give him a try sometime. You have to show me.
Yep, after this battle, I think I will.
Been thinking
Although,
I might need.
correction, after I take a trip to my after I take a trip to the bank, then I will.
Oh, you
'Cause,
not
yeah, he
accept checks then?
Nope.
Hey, it makes
He
sense.
gave it to us. Yeah, he gave it to us for free, which surprised the hell out of me. But basically, he just wants us to come back and tell other people about him. And honestly, his stuff is probably expensive, but damn, is it gonna be worth it? I never looked
Aye.
this good in my life.
You should go talk to Niobe now. You'll win her over just on looks. Look at that.
Yeah,
You go enjoy
I
him.
know we've been joking about this for a while, but I ain't interested. Because, as a rule, you don't want to mess with a friend's sister. And secondly, I ain't that into cats.
Hey,
Yeah.
fair.
Send her to Gertie. Gertie will take care of Niobe. Into the basement.
We never
Okay.
saw her again.
Yeah.
Nope,
Grapple away out of that.
Happens. Gertie goes to Table, walks out with a dress, and now she no longer needs to kidnap you to take her to her basement.
But yeah, as
Table Brim adds 10 points of charisma.
he does have enchantments that can boost your stats. Some of them are. He's got. I think his most powerful one is he can set all of your stats to 20, but it costs a shitload of money. A lot of
God
money.
damn.
One enchantment he never upped during campaign 2 because there was no fucking point for him to do it because he was like, nah.
Hey, I could have afforded that in campaign 2, goddammit.
Okay, since Jeeves and then just one of those others, you know. That's better.
In fairness, there wasn't much we couldn't afford by the end of campaign 2. Our characters literally walked away millionaires in gold.
Yeah.
That's billionaires IRL.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you'll reconvene at the barracks. Lucy's sitting there nursing a drink. There's a couple of people around them just sort of chatting casually, making small talk. Like, oh, what weather we're having. Never seen flaming balls in the sky before. As a joke. It's like, no, I've never seen it. No. But yeah, they spot all of you as you walk in. Two new fabulously dressed people, and they just scoot aside. It's like, nah. Okay. Coroner, you have the lowdown of what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Bye.
Town's fucked.
Sounds
We have a couple of hours before this town is overwhelmed. Can make a difference. We can run. That said, we'd have to leave behind everything in order to run fast. So there are a couple of things we could do. First, we can just, join the meat grinder, attack from front, and not really accomplish anything. Two, we can sneak out of town. The sites aren't really properly guarded. Maybe a couple of scouts, but we can deal with that. Then burn down their supplies, hide, then attack one of the siege engines, and until they have no siege engine, basically stopping the siege. Right? No siege engines, they can't get into our walls. Option 3, if we're lucky, we can attempt to assassinate their leadership. And maybe their archers while we're at it. Their archers aren't really defended by melee troops.
Alright, but seeing as how that involves number one. Alright, with all that in mind, sound like you have a plan, boss.
Personally, I would see about sneaking around, grabbing a siege engine or two, and destroying their archer formations. That's what I think is the safest bet. That'll get the best result. That said, if their leadership's out of the question, then suddenly their troops will be less cohesive and more likely to break off and flee.
Alright, so same strategy as our last big fight.
Yeah.
Let the
what
meat
sort
fire
of
up the meat, then we
leadership
head
are we
in.
looking at?
So then we head in, beat the shit out the commanders, and then we win because they basically rout or something. That's the plan.
Yeah. Only this time, our meat grinder will turn to their archers instead. And because Naomi and her troops are already preparing to walk out of the front door and just sow chaos.
What sort of leadership are we looking at?
You'd have to ask Ethan for the details, but there apparently is some cavalrymen with a big ass flag, flanked by two of those guys that we fought in our previous fight. We take those three out, then they have no leadership left.
So at least another 2 centurions, and perhaps the third one or a legionnaire, from the sounds of it.
Yes, Ethan said something about Legionnaire. Their terms are weird.
As you build your plan, planning to flank and basically destroy the stronger units on the sides, as the distraction happens, the Threnodil comes back, holding a sending stone, and puts it down, and it's vibrating violently. Someone needs to speak with you, Captain.
Why is that rock vibrating?
It
Rocks
is
are not supposed
It is a sending stone.
You need
What's
to.
ascending stone?
You can communicate long distance. Actually, it's not a sending stone. It's a different thing altogether. But you need to answer that. I managed to get a hold of the person I was trying to get a hold of. They said they can send some things around as soon as possible.
Uh, how do I answer that?
You hold it to your ear. That's
And
it.
I'll awkwardly, with 2 fingers, delicately touch it to my ear.
Touch it. And it stops vibrating. And it seems to make a. You know what? I'll do a different noise. Because it's not exactly a stone of mines either, but it's got a very distinct noise. It makes this noise. If it'll work.
Eating the next stone of mines I find.
It sounds like that. It sounds like an old school phone. And it just sort of rings and stops. And you hear it click. And you hear a voice. Very strange accent. I'll try and muster it because I can't remember what this guy sounded like originally. So, you are trying to sort this out. A grenadier has been so kind as to contact us again. You see, we are part of a crew, and I am a very good siege master myself. I know that you require help. I can send something across to help your ballista shoot through things a little bit smoother. You just say the words, and they will appear at your location. Just keep this on you. It will disintegrate once I summon things.
So you want me to take this, walk up to our ballista, and then say what?
You just tap it twice, and it will disintegrate and summon the things I have prepared already. You see, I had to take it out of our devices to accommodate. I'm sure my captain won't mind.
Okay.
Good. I will expect to hear from you. And I just turns off. And the Threnadil's gone. He's just walked away.
It would have been just easier if Ethan just, did as Stone said. Oh well, off to the ballistas. Can you guys get the troops ready? We'll go off through the side gate, the western one.
Okay. So, you divide and conquer with Corner heading to the ballistae. Are you going to the ones up on the walls or some of the ones near the gates and just wheeling them out?
The walls.
Okay.
They're the safest.
Okay. And you're heading there with the very strange stone.
Yeah.
Who is going to the east? Who's going to the west with the troops?
I did say west.
Yeah, no, yeah. I was
think our
going like
whole force is going out the west.
you're
I
all
think we're
flooding out
all going
one side.
to attack from one side, not a.
Okay. 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 So, you all muster up. You've got some of the guards from the barracks helping you out as well. Some of the refugees and some commoners have joined up as levies to bolster your army a little bit for this fight. Kind of spurred on by just Niobe's motivation, her tactics, and like her just madness to go and fight. And with your displays of power in the ring, you have managed to muster quite a substantial force for the time being. You got maybe about 30 people, give or take, more or less. Maybe I'll need to find the tickets for the units. Yeah, you have that. On your way out of the western gate, as the gates open, 2 individuals are standing, waiting, and they hail you down. But that is where we'll leave tonight's session. so I have time to prepare. Yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the session. It's kind of an RP one because got to introduce a new character and a new player into our wonderful madness.
Yeah, there's plenty of combat for me.
Plenty of combat, yeah. And Lucy got a little smidge of it. Ah, yes, 3 rounds. Let's go. Yeah.
I mean, I knew I wasn't gonna make it.
Oh yeah, we all knew you weren't gonna make it. You might have. Hey, I've seen some wild shit. Like our fucking Pokemon game yesterday. Fucking Kenny pulled out the hat, but yeah.
I still don't know how that happened.
Nor do I. But yeah, it was good.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, Mill, just so I can put this in my head. What level was Niobe?
Niobe was level 6, so she's not super strong, but she has the unarmed fighting feat, or I can't remember what it's called exactly, but one of the new ones from Tasha's. She's a battle master, and she has the unarmed fighting style. So she's just all about pinning people and knocking them out. That's all she does.
Yeah, she took a shit ton of damage.
Yeah, she's
Not
she's
a good
quite,
girlfriend for Spitz, but a good combat rival.
yeah, she has some high con, so she's quite beefy. She's got like high stats, like NPC. Like I basically took the champion stat block from D&D Beyond and just tweaked it slightly and went, nah, I'm gonna change that and take that out, alter the HP down a little bit because it's quite a high HP. AC's ridiculous, knock it down, she's unarmored. Blah blah blah. Yeah, she's pretty good. But yeah. And you got to meet Tybal Brim. I was like, hey, I'll roll, and I rolled 100 on a D100, and that is Tybal Brim's external shops. Which
That's hype as
Yes.
fuck. Getting a new suit.
So yeah, whenever you go, you can only go once. As soon as you leave, the store disappears. The front of the shop vanishes and just becomes a wall. But that's it.
So none of us are able to enter now.
Yeah, you'll need to find the next one. But now that you've found it, they can occur more commonly because Spitz and Rono know how to find them.
Hell yeah.
But yeah,
You just have to survive in order to find the next one.
yeah, you just got to fight 3 people. You don't need to worry about the big forces. That's it.
Yeah, their troops can attack us, and like we can attack their troops.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
at most,
Otherwise,
like,
you would be. Otherwise, I would mess up the rules a lot.
Yeah.
And all we would do
Oh, we
is
already
this.
messed up the
We would
rules.
hide while you would basically fireball all the levies.
Yeah,
But,
at most they're like difficult terrain.
Yeah, they act it's difficult terrain unless you're on horseback or on a mount that's big enough. They can disrupt if they choose to, so they can get like caught in between the fights and take a hit and it'll just negate. But that's very rare. That's a dynamic. This is where the dynamic fighting will come into place because this fine organization that'll scatter real quick, so it'll get messy. Yeah, I enjoyed that session. I enjoyed running it, and I hope you all had a bit of fun either way. And
Yeah, it was good.
but next week we'll get some big old combat going in a boss fight. Hell yeah! And maybe if you survive, a level up. Maybe. Because fighting a legionnaire is definitely worthy of a level up in my eyes. I can't remember the last time you guys leveled up. Don't think it was long enough ago, but where's the next town?
I don't remember.
I can't remember.
All it took was a whole lot of adventure and getting my face beaten by a kitty.
yeah, you were pretty close. She managed to last another round. She might have got you, but hey, might have. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good session.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I think I got a pretty good feel for all of your characters and all that, so that's good.
In
Yep.
You're probably gonna have the same amount of experience as we do in this massive map of tokens, because we only started using this last week, I think. Yeah, no, 2 weeks ago. Last session. I always said last week. 2 weeks ago, because I had to leave for a birthday thing. But yeah. Ah, yeah. So, yeah, we will be back, viewers, and hopefully you will join us again for the chaos, and hopefully Roll20 isn't being a shit.
Yeah, fix yourself. Add dark mode.
Yeah, Roll20, if you're fucking like monitoring us, chatting shit about you, fix, do it. Look at these guys. Yoshi's been frozen eating noodles for the past 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Damn good noodles.
Yeah, so good that he's frozen time.
They're fucking cold now, dude.
I think his.
Soggy fucking noodles.
I'll need to reboot the file I create. It's kind of clunky at the moment. Power must have gone. I'll need to change the batteries in the back. I know we've got some double A's. Turn on the generator. Yeah. Alright. Catch you all next week. We will begin. But, as always, stay safe out there, adventurers. Cheery bye.
Those,
Take care.